Hello, and welcome to the next installment of Pokemon Emerald. Hopefully it'll reconnect. Hopefully it'll reconnect. Apologies for the technical difficulties. I'm unsure if we're still streaming. Is stream still going? Can people see things? I'm just gonna wait here for a second to see if stream is working properly. I don't, okay. So it seems to be working for now, so I'll just operate under the assumption that it should be working. If anything changes, please let me know. But for now, we are just going to level up our Pokemon. So we're going to go into our bag. We did pick up the heart scale last time, and there is another one that we will be able to get soon here, but we have to get past Fisher Elliott first, so we'll do that in a few minutes. But first, we have to use the candy here to level up our party members. And the new level cap seems to be 17. And we are going to teach Blueberry Sweet Scent here over Splash, because Splash does nothing. And Sweet Scent actually lowers evasiveness. And as I mentioned last time, there are a lot of fights where the opponent uses strategies where they raise their evasion. So we're just leveling up. Callum wants to learn Poison Fang, which is a really good move for him. It's just a stronger poison move. So I think we're going to get rid of Poison Sting, since Poison Sting is 15 power versus 50. So we'll just replace Poison Sting here for Poison Fang. And then we're moving on to Freya. Freya wants to learn Flame Wheel. So Flame Wheel is a physical fire move, whereas Ember is special. And Freya's attack is higher than her special attack. However, we want to keep a special move on Freya. We want both a physical and a special move, because all the Pokemon we fight, if we run into one with higher defense, then Ember does more damage because it targets special defense. Oh yeah, I think Callum knows both Poison Fang and Poison Sting in the Black Company, but this Callum only knows Poison Fang. So the question is, what move do we want to replace for Flame Wheel? Probably want to keep Stomp, just for that flinch chance. Could come in handy. So it's either getting rid of Growl or Tail Whip. I think that I will probably get rid of Growl, just because Growl only has 10 uses and Tail Whip has 30. Although that could be an issue as well. It's a bit difficult here. I'm not sure what the optimal choice is here. But for now, we'll go with... I think we'll go with Growl. And we'll see if that's correct in the future, but... We got rid of Growl, we learned Flame Wheel. And we keep leveling up Freya up to level 17. And she also wants to learn Fire Spin. And we'll take a look at what Fire Spin does. We'll see... Alright, so normally Fire Spin is really low accuracy in the normal game. But here the accuracy has been increased to 100. And even though the power is 35 versus 40 for Ember, it also traps the enemy so that they cannot switch and does residual damage over time. So I think we take Fire Spin over Ember here. That could come back to bite us if we need that little bit of extra damage from Ember and all we have is Fire Spin. But the residual from Fire Spin should kind of cancel out the discrepancy in power. So we're going to get rid of Ember and we're going to learn Fire Spin, because trapping our opponents can be very useful. And yeah, so we cannot raise Freya above 17. We can't raise anyone above level 17 as of right now. So next up is Pidgey. And I was looking at this briefly before stream started. But looking up Pidgey here, we can see that Pidgey learns Air Slash at level 20, but Pidgey evolves at level 16. So we want to delay the evolution past level 16 to level 20 so that we get Air Slash for the fighting gym, because the fighting gym is the first gym that we have to go through, and we really want the high-powered Air Slash because it's like 70 base power move, whereas Air Cutter is only 55, so Air Slash is just doing way more damage. And if we evolve at level 16 into Pidgeotto, we miss out on Air Slash because it's level 21. So we need to wait to evolve Pidgey. We do not want to evolve Pidgey yet. I am a little bit concerned because we are delaying a lot. I say a lot. We're delaying two of our potentially stronger Pokemon in Pidgey and Piplup, because both of them would have evolved already, but we decided to delay them until later because of moves that they would get. So here we want to press the B button so that Pidgey does not evolve. But the reason this is dangerous is because there are some fights coming up before the gym where having them evolved would be very useful because they would have higher stats overall. So Periwinkle wants to learn Feather Dance, and we are going to learn it because Feather Dance sharply reduces attack, which means that it reduces the target's attack by 2. So here we're probably just going to... Yeah, so Air Cutter 60 base power. I think Air Slash may have been changed to 100% accuracy, but the power of Air Slash should be 75, I believe. Yeah, so the power of Air Slash is 75 versus Air Cutter is 60. Though Air Cutter does have a higher critical hit ratio, so that's kind of the trade-off for damage. But here for Feather Dance, we're just going to get rid of Sand Attack, because Feather Dance is overall better than reducing accuracy. I don't like playing with accuracy moves anyway, just because there's not a lot of ways you can predict, and we're going to, again, prevent Periwinkle from evolving. But with Sand Attack, even though it does lower your opponent's accuracy, you can't really plan around that. It's just a guessing game of whether they or not they hit. So it's better to know that they will hit versus guessing if they will or not. It could be useful in specific situations where you want to reduce the accuracy of a move that already has low accuracy just to make it worse. But here, Uthar wants to try to learn Brutal Swing, which is a Dark-type move that hits everything on the field. So this will come into play later down the line when we're doing double battles, which means we have 2 Pokemon out on the field, and the opponent also has 2 Pokemon. So it'll hit everything, including our ally. And it's not particularly useful for the fighting gym, because fighting resists dark. But again, we're just going to go ahead and get rid of Sand Attack, because I don't see any situation where I'm using Sand Attack over anything else. So we're just going to keep leveling up Uthar to the level cap of 17. Alright, and now that we've done this, we can open our box and get the other 2 Pokemon that we just caught and level them up as well, just to get everyone on the same playing field. So we're going to remove them from the box, and we're going to level them up. And then we're going to plan our fight for Fisherman Elliot. And neither of these Pokemon should evolve. I'm just going to double check. So we're looking at Spheal first. Spheal evolves at level 20. So we could potentially get Celio for the gym. We would miss out on Aurora Beam, which kind of stinks because Aurora Beam is... Well, we wouldn't get it anyway because both Spheal and Celio learn it at level 21. So there's no reason not to evolve this as soon as we can, even though it won't be coming to the gym because it is weak to fighting type moves, and I just don't see any reason to bring it. Alright, thank you for joining in, Ashley Benson. Hopefully we'll get to see you again soon. Hope you have a good day as well. So we're just gonna level up Spheal without fear, and then Carvana is the other one. So we have to take a look here. Level 20 gets Poison Fang, which isn't particularly useful because I believe fighting resists... No, a poison type resists fighting, but fighting type doesn't resist poison. So that could be useful, though we'll probably be using our water moves. And again, this probably doesn't come to the gym anyway. It evolves at level 30, so we don't have to worry about it. So we can just level these 2 up without fear of missing out on any moves. Alright, so Torben wants to learn Ice Ball, which is basically Ice-type rollout. So the danger with this is that if we use either Ice Ball or rollout, we lock ourselves in for potentially 5 total turns, which means that we cannot switch, we cannot pick a different move, we can't do anything except use this move over and over, and it has 90% accuracy, so there's a chance it misses every time, even though the power gets stronger and stronger. So I'm not sure that I actually want to take Ice Ball over rollout. This is a difficult choice to make. Neither of them is particularly good, just because I don't like being locked in to a specific move. The only situation I can really think of where we would want rollout is against fire types, because we don't get particularly strong water moves. We get Water Pulse. Oh, that's Carvana. Back to Spheal. We do get Brine, which is honestly just better than probably clicking Rollout. Yeah, so we get Brine at level 17, and the way Brine works is it starts at 60 power, and then when your opponent is below half HP, the power doubles to 120. So when we get Brine, we're just going to replace Water Gun. So I don't really see any reason to keep Rollout. I just don't see any situation where that would work better than Ice Ball. So we're going to replace Rollout here. Again, don't know if this is correct, but we're going to do it. So we're replacing Rollout. It's really unfortunate that we did not get this Spheal at a lower level, because if we did, it would have had Encore, which is one of the best moves in the game, because you can lock your opponent into this using the same move over and over. Alright, so we want to learn Charm. We absolutely want to learn Charm, because it's just better Growl. Charm reduces attack by 2 instead of Growl by 1, so we just learn Charm here. And Charm could potentially be useful in the fighting gym, because generally fighting types use their attack more than their special attack, except for a very select few, and I don't think there's any of those in the gym. So we're learning Brine here. So taking a look at Brine, 65 power doubled to 130 when the foe is at half HP. So we learn Brine over Water Gun, which is just a much better move. No evolution, and we will also not get an evolution on Frederick. We just have to level him up to match the rest of the party. Once to get Aqua Jet, we will absolutely teach Aqua Jet, just because it's a priority move. So Rage could be useful, as could Focus Energy. They both do similar things. Rage increases attack every time we get hit. Focus Energy increases crit rate. But for this, I think we're probably going to get rid of Rage, just because this Pokemon doesn't want to stay in a lot, because it's got such low defense. It's basically a glass cannon, so it's not going to stay in for a lot of hits anyway, so we're getting rid of Rage. We might be learning Water Pulse here in a second, if I remember correctly. If not, that's fine. We are going to get... Alright, so there's Water Pulse. So even though our attack is much higher than our special attack, we probably want both a physical and a special move in the form of Aqua Jet and Water Pulse. So the question here is, because we get Poison Fang at level 20, what do we want to replace here? Do we want to replace Leer or Focus Energy? Leer lowers the opponent's defense, but again, this Pokemon just wants to do damage and get out, so using it to decrease defense is probably not something we'll be doing with this Pokemon. We have other Pokemon that can do it better, like Callum has Leer. So I think here that we just want to get rid of Leer and learn Water Pulse. Who knows if that's the correct thing to do, but we did it. And Frederick is now level 17. So everyone's at level 17. And we're just going to save just in case. And then we are going to plan out the fight with Fisherman Elliot up there on the beach. This guy right here is just north of us. So we're going to look up, well, first, before I forget, we have to go to scripting And we have to load a script. And we have to do this every time we open it. So we export. So we should see all of our Pokemon have been updated. And we're going to copy and paste this into the calculator. And you can see they've appeared over here, our 3 new team members. And we actually already have Fisherman Elliott pulled up, which is fantastic. So, taking a look at his first Pokemon, we have a Staryu with a wide array of moves of coverage: Shockwave, Psybeam, Aurora Beam, and Water Pulse. Holding a Mystic Water, which means its water-type moves are increased in damage. Natural Cure means that it can switch out and get rid of any status condition. Very, very fast. Speed of 34. I don't think anything outspeeds this. Freya does, but we don't want Freya in against this anyway because she could potentially be one-shot by Water Pulse crit just outright, so we don't want to do that. So it's very fast, it hits very hard, it has a lot of moves we have to worry about. So now we have to try and figure out what we do here against this Staryu. The best matchup is probably Steenie, because Steenie is a grass type. The only, well, not the only water resist. We do have Spheal, but we're checking Steenie here first. Alright, so Steenie versus Staryu. Unfortunately, Aurora Beam as an Ice-type move is still doing a lot of damage to Steenie. And Aurora Beam has a 10% chance to lower our attack. And because it's faster, it gets to hit us twice. So what we might have to do is give Steenie a Oran Berry, because that's the only healing item we have right now. Oran Berry. If Aurora Beam crits on turn 1 and gets max roll crit, it could do 66.6%, which would take us to 33%. 33, not 23. So about 16 HP. And then if it does that, Oran Berry activates and takes us to 26. And if the attack drop happens on the first hit, then we're only doing minimum 41% damage with Razor Leaf, which unfortunately means that it is not a guaranteed 2-hit if we get attack dropped on that first turn with Aurora Beam. If we don't get the attack drop, then it's a guaranteed 2-hit no matter what, because Razor Leaf does minimum 70% turn 1 and then minimum 41% turn 2 if we get attack dropped on the second one. Unfortunately, if it gets 2 crits with Aurora Beam in a row, Steenie is just dead, and there's not really much we can do about it. But let's take a look at Spheal here and see if Spheal does any better. Spheal does have Thick Fat, but that doesn't help with any of the moves here because it wants to use Shockwave against Spheal because Shockwave is super effective. And we're basically in the same boat of it does so much damage to us. It does minimum 35% with a maximum of 43%. And then 62% on a crit. And we're only dealing 20% back with Brine, so it would take us way too many hits with Brine to get this thing into range of a kill. Yeah, we can't even take 3 hits from Shockwave, so there's really no point in leading with Spheal. just because we're so slow, and both of the other Pokemon are just faster than Spheal anyway. So we could try Carvanha. Let's see if Carvanha does anything for us here. Still slower. Unfortunately, we did not get Speed Boost on Carvanha. We have Rough Skin, which doesn't matter here because none of the Staryu's moves deal physical damage. So, taking a look, we do a ton of damage with Bite. And it's always going for Shockwave. Unfortunately, because it's faster, it can just 2-hit, and a crit Shockwave can just take out Carvanha, so no point risking that. Let's try Piplup here. Piplup again takes a bunch of damage from Shockwave, minimum 32%, max 40%, and then max 60% on a crit. So the good news is that if we choose to go Piplup, it could only take us out with a max roll crit and then max roll or crit again. But it is faster than us, and we're only dealing minimum 29% with Pluck, so that's not even guaranteed 3 hits. So really the only option is we have to lead with Steenie here. We give Steenie an Oran Berry, just so we have a better chance of healing out of kill range. And we just go for 2 Razor Leafs, even though we're slower. So let's assume that the first Aurora Beam gets a attack drop. That would take Razor Leaf down to 41%. We deal minimum 41% to Staryu. It Aurora Beams again. Takes us down to -2 if it gets the attack drop twice in a row. If it does, we're doing 41% minimum still. So unfortunately that would be 82%. And then we would be in range of another Aurora Beam. So if any of these, if the first Aurora Beam gets an attack drop, we have to switch out because Steenie cannot take this out itself. And unfortunately, the only Pokemon we have with priority is Carvanha, and Aquajet. Aquajet does do 23%. So 41 plus 41 is 82. So that is fortunate, because switching in on an Aurora Beam doesn't do too much damage to us. But if it lowers our attack on the switch in, then we're only doing 14%. So that would be 2 Aquajets required, and it could just take us out with a crit Shockwave. So switch in on Aurora Beam if we get the attack drop. If we get attack dropped, we do not guarantee take it out with a Aquajet, and it is faster than us. So it would be better to just bite because we don't want to risk 2 turns anyway. We could crit ourselves with Aquajet, but again, that's only if we get attack dropped. If we don't get an attack drop on the switch in, we can just take out Staryu. And again, this only happens if Steenie gets attack dropped on turn 1, because otherwise Steenie takes it out. So assuming worst case scenario, we get attack drop turn 1, we deal 41%. We get attack dropped turn 2, we're still doing 41%, but we will probably be at low enough health. We'll be at minimum 74% damage taken, although with Oran Berry that is a little less than that. So, and that's assuming we don't get crit. If we get crit turn 1, if we get crit turn 1, there's just a chance that high roll or another crit can take us out. So, assuming that we get crit turn 1 and attack dropped turn 1, that would take us into heal range from Oranberry, because 66% takes us down to 16 HP, I believe. Yeah, it takes us to 16, and we go back up to 26. So we're at 54%. Yeah. So, fortunately, if we get crit turn 1, max roll crit turn 1, and we get our attack dropped, the only way it can take us out on turn 2 is if it rolls another critical hit. So, really, we just kind of have to go in with Steenie and hope that 2 Razor Leafs take it out. But if not, we do have a plan. We can bring in Carvanha on an Aurora Beam and then hope that Shockwave does not crit Carvanha so that we can bite it. Yeah, we don't really have anyone else fast enough. Although, yeah, we can't really switch into Farfetch'd because there's a risk of getting Water Pulse Confusion, which I don't want to deal with, because Confusion is always annoying to deal with. Although Farfetch'd does do more damage, but if he gets attack dropped, he is still doing enough. And it can never use Aurora Beam. It wants to go Psybeam, though, which could also confuse us if we switch into an Aurora Beam. I really don't want to mess with Confusion, but even with a Aurora Beam crit, only deals 31% to Farfetch'd. Plus, if we hit ourselves in Confusion, I think that would be 1/8 of my max health. So 47 divided by 8 is 6. It's about 6 damage. I just want to make sure. Alright, it's not wanting to cooperate, so I think that's correct. So it would deal 31% on max roll crit with Aurora Beam if we switch into Farfetch'd, which would take us to 69%. Yeah, so about 32 HP. And then assuming we deal 6 damage to ourselves, never takes us out. The only issue is that then we well, no. Okay, so we come in on Aurora Beam crit, which is 31%, which takes us to 32 HP. We are then slower, so it's going to use Psybeam. Psybeam crit, well, it uses Psybeam 98% of the time. Psybeam crit would be 63%, which wouldn't quite take us out. It would take us to 5%. Which is like 2 HP, yeah. And then Oranberry would take us back to 12. So if we did hit ourselves, we would not die. But then we would be stuck in the same situation of having to switch on something. So let's assume we hit ourselves down to 6 HP. It's completely random move. if that happens, so I think it might be better to just, if Steenie can't do it, to go straight to Carvana. Because he's only taking one hit from Aurora Beam, and he's never getting any of the confusion moves. He's just getting Shockwave. So basically we have to decide if Steenie cannot take out this Staryu, do we want to risk a crit on Carvana, or do we want to risk confusion on Farfetch'd? So that's what we're dealing with. So we just have to prepare for that. So assuming Steenie does deal with this Staryu, next to come in would probably be this Aerocuda, because it is faster, or it's a speed tie. However, it has Swift Swim. That doesn't matter because Rain is not active. It has a Flying Gem, which increases the power of a flying type move, and it has the move Peck. So it's always using Peck against Steenie. It's either using Peck or Laser Focus, which guarantees its move is always a critical hit. So depending on what health Steenie is at, we can't really risk a crit Peck, especially with Flying Gem, because it just does so much damage at 75%. So there's really no point of staying in with Steenie against this thing unless we're at like max HP, which isn't going to happen because we're just taking damage from Staryu. So we probably switch to Callum, get this thing to -1 attack. Yeah, so that its Peck, even with Flying Gem, is doing very little damage, and we're doing it minimum 40% back with Poison Fang, and we're faster. So we can pretty much handle Aerocuda single-handedly with Callum, and not taking much damage in return. And then last but not least coming out is Lombre. We are faster than Lombre with Callum. It has a Lumberry, which means it cures a status if we get a status on it. Swift Swim doesn't matter. But it has Teeter Dance, which can confuse us, Giga Drain, Bubble Beam, Seismic Toss, but most of the time it should be using either Bubble Beam or Teeter Dance, but our Poison Fang does over 50% to it, and then if it hits us with Bubble Beam, that's fine because we just take it out on the next turn. If it uses Teeter Dance and confuses us, then we can just switch to something else. And once we're confused, it's pretty much always using Bubble Beam. There's a chance it uses Seismic Toss, but that doesn't really affect us because we can switch to Pidgey, who is faster, and just take it out with a Air Cutter. Air Cutter does 42%. Poison Fang does 57%. Yeah, so minimum roll Poison Fang plus minimum roll of Gust is 99.9 actually, because 42.8 plus 57.1 is 99.9. So let's see, Farfetch'd is faster, and Pluck always does 76%. So we could just switch in Farfetch'd on either Bubble Beam or Seismic Toss. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're faster. We take it out with Pluck. So really the Aerocuda and the Lombre aren't an issue. It's the Staryu we have to worry about. So, and we kind of already figured out how to take care of that. One thing we could consider is Freya is 1 point faster than this Staryu, and we could switch Freya in on a Aurora Beam because it's always using Aurora Beam. If we get attack dropped, however, Stomp is only doing 26%. So going back to Steenie, 26%, we have to get it down to We have to deal at least 74% damage to it with Steenie. Which, if we don't get an attack drop from Aurora Beam, 70% will almost do it, but 2 hits. So 41 plus 41 is 82 plus 82 plus 26 is enough to get us there. So we could theoretically just switch to Freya and not risk anything because we're faster. I think that's way better than switching to Carvana and risking a Shockwave crit. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. Alright, so what we're going to do... Go up to Pokemon. Lead with Steenie. And give her a Oranberry. We give Freya a Oranberry just in case. I don't think she would ever get below half, but just in case. We give Callum a Oranberry. And we give... We have to get Farfetch'd out of the box. And then with Aerocuda... I forget what we did for Aerocuda, so... I think we did Callum on both Aerocuda and Lombre. And then Farfetch to bring in on the Lombre in case Callum got too low HP. So... we are just going to go pick up, or we're going to bring Uthar out of the box. So we just have to get him real quick. And we're going to replace Sfeel, just because we don't have any purpose for Sfeel in this fight. We do have to bring Pidgey, just in case. We put Frederick in the box. So funny enough, our 2 most recent additions will not be coming to this fight. Just turning the text speed up to fast so it goes a bit quicker. So we give Uthar an Oranberry, and we give Periwinkle an Oranberry. Everyone gets an Oranberry, just in case something goes wrong, which hopefully it doesn't, because this one was pretty simple. So once again, we lead with Steenie. We do a couple Razor Leafs on the lead Staryu. Hopefully we're able to take it out. If not, we can just switch to Freya on Guaranteed Aurora Beam. It's always doing Aurora Beam into Steenie. Freya takes very little damage from Aurora Beam and is 1 point faster than this Staryu and can take it out with a Stomp. Even if we get attack dropped on Steenie. And then coming in, if we do have Freya out against Staryu, then I believe Aerocuda probably comes out because it has Aqua Jet, which is a priority move, versus Lombre. Even though Bubble Beam does more damage, Aqua Jet is priority. So either way, if either one comes out, let's assume that Lombre comes out first against Freya. If we have Freya out, it's going for Bubble Beam 60% of the time and Teeter Dance 40% of the time. Crit Bubble Beam is 97.7% max roll, which would absolutely take us out after Aurora Beam Chip, because Aurora Beam does minimum 8.8% to Freya. We are faster than Lombre, but I wouldn't want to risk the Bubble Beam crit. on Freya. So we would probably have to switch. So we could switch to, for example, Piplup. And Piplup is taking no damage from Bubble Beam. We are slower than it. So again, it's using either Giga Drain or Teeter Dance. Unfortunately, it's 60-40, so we can't guarantee one or the other. Unless we have Piplup at really low HP. And the only way we can do that is by putting a status on Piplup and getting it to lower health. Which I could do if I need to. So we can consider that. Let's see what HP we have to be at to guarantee Giga Drain. Let's just go to half. Alright, so half gets us there. Let's do a bit more. 30. 30 does not get us there. So what's the minimum amount of HP we have to be at to guarantee Giga Drain? Just going one at a time. 27 doesn't get us there. 26 gets us there. So if we pre-damage Piplup to be at 26 HP, it always sees Giga Drain after Bubble Beam chip. So 12%, minimum 12% is... So 10% of 50 is 5, so 6 or 5 damage. So let's go 31 HP, because after Bubble Beam chip, 12% takes us to 26. And then it will always see kill with Giga Drain. And we can switch into Callum for free on the Giga Drain, because Giga Drain does max 18% damage. And then even on a crit, it only does 27%. So we would get one free turn of Poison Fang into Lombre. And then if we get Teeter Danced, we could just switch. But let's just check. Crit Giga Drain is 27%. 27.9 plus 51.1 is never 100. That's like 80% damage. With crit Giga Drain and crit Bubble Beam, never takes out Callum. So if we get Teeter Danced, we can just switch to Farfetch'd, and then Farfetch'd outspeeds and takes it out with Pluck no matter what. So I think we're pretty good here. We're pretty prepared for everything. So all we have to do now is go into the fight. So we have to get over there to Fisherman Elliot. We're gonna pick up the Stardust over here first, or over here. Yeah, there's the Stardust. This is just to sell for money. It has no other purpose. There's Fisherman Elliot, so we're gonna save just in case. And then we're gonna check our team one more time, as always. So lead with Steenie, and then the rest of our team should be good. So here we go. Talk to Fisherman Elliot. Leading Steenie in the front against this Staryu, which does a ton of damage even though it's level 13. It is faster. We'll see if Aurora Beam gets the attack drop. Hopefully it doesn't. Alright. It did not get the attack drop. So this means that no matter what, our next Razor Leaf takes out Staryu. But I just want to make sure that we are not in crit range of Aurora Beam crit. So I have to switch to Steenie. 28 HP. Yes. So at 28 HP, crit Aurora Beam. Crit Aurora Beam can take us out. but it's a 1 in... Okay, so there's a 3 out of 16 chance it does not take us out with a crit. So there's a 1 in 16 chance to crit, and then a 13 in 16 chance to take us out. So I don't know if I want to risk the critical hit on Steenie. We did a minimum 70% to it, which means that if we switch in Freya here, even at -1, Freya always takes it out. Well, not always, unfortunately. Only if we don't get attack dropped. But we're faster. We are faster, but if we get attack dropped on the switch in, we are only dealing 26% minimum. And we just dealt 70% minimum. So it would only take it to 90%. But we could then switch to... Well, no, we put Carvana in the box, so we don't have any priority on our team, which is unfortunate. But I would rather switch to Freya and risk the attack drop, because the attack drop is a 10% chance. And the crit is technically a lower chance than that. It's like 1 in 16, which is really low. Let's see if we can get the calculator to work. So 1 divided by 16. There's a 0.06% chance that this crits. And then even lower than that, so... I think we just risk the crit here. I think we just go for a Razor Leaf and hope that we don't get crit. We don't get high roll crit. Don't do it. Alright. We're safe there, thankfully. No crit happened. And then Razor Leaf takes it out. Coming in next should be Arakuda. And we already know what to do against that. We immediately switch in Callum. To get Intimidate to reduce its attack. Hopefully it'll use Peck here. Yeah, there's Peck. It uses its Flying Gem, which increases the damage of the move. But even with that, it only does 6 damage. And just have to check what the highest damage is here. We are at 37 HP. Alright. Versus the Arakuda. We are faster. Poison Fang is always highest damage. So we just hit Poison Fang here. Or we click Poison Fang. And we're in no danger. Other than maybe getting confused if it has Water Pulse. We got the Poison, which doesn't really matter. Yeah, there's Bite. Bite only does 7 damage. We just stay in. We hit another Poison Fang. We're in no danger here. We just completely outclass the damage on this thing. Yeah. So with 2 hits with Poison Chip, we take it out. And then in comes Lombre. We are faster than Lombre. We are at 24 HP. So we have to check if we're dead to Bubble Beam crit from Lombre. We are never dead to High Roll crit from Bubble Beam. It does 51%, we're at 56. So we just Poison Fang here. We're in no danger. Here's another Poison Fang. Super effective. And we also get the poison here, which is excellent. We're probably going to switch out here no matter what it does. Yeah, Bubble Beam. We're never dead to crit. And we eat our Oranberry. It takes us to 21 HP. 21 HP might be in range of a crit. 49%. So we are now in range of a Bubble Beam crit, even though it's really unlikely to happen. There's no reason to risk Callum here. We can just switch to Farfetch'd, who always takes a hit safely. And then we can outspeed on the next turn. It just used Seismic Toss. That's fine. And then we pluck, we outspeed, and we take it out with a pluck. And that's Fisherman Elliott taken care of. That I was worried about that Staryu. That's the one I was most worried about. But Steenie locked in, and she took care of it. It was a bit scary, risking the crit like that, but it was really unlikely to happen. Sometimes you just have to play around the crit. I did have other options there, but it was easiest to just stay in with Steenie. Alright, so we have to go sell our Stardust now, before I forget. The Pokemart. Is there no Pokemart? Okay, so we'll just sell that later. I don't want to go all the way back to Petalburg right now to sell it. So, what I have to do now is plan for the next battle, which is Rune Maniac Georgie. So we're just going to get him pulled up and ready. Just click next trainer, Rune Maniac Georgie. And we will get to him in a few minutes. I'm going to save. Once again, just in case. And I'm going to try to do something new here. I'm going to go on a break. Take a break for a few minutes. Should be back in about 5 minutes. Just some stuff I have to take care of, so I'm going to go ahead and start the break. Hopefully it works. See you in a few minutes. Alright, and we are back. Hopefully the break animatic worked, and hopefully we are back streaming. Looks like everything should be correct. Alright, so we have to plan out Ruin Maniac Georgie. So he starts with a Dwebble. Has the move Sticky Web, Knock Off, Rock Blast, Bug Bite. Sticky Web can lower the speed of any Pokemon that switches in. So we have to remember that. Pretty sure. Just gonna make sure that is what it does. Yeah, lowers the speed of Pokemon that switch in. So we have to remember that. Holding a Berry Juice heals 20 HP when it goes below 50. Weak Armor, which means that it raises its speed. When it gets hit by a physical move, its defense drops and speed increases. Okay, so its speed is increased by 2 stages when it gets hit by a physical move. So we probably want to only hit this with special moves if possible. So let's say we lead with... Who do we want to lead with? Lead with Freya, maybe. Freya is definitely faster. Rock Blast is scary, unfortunately. It could just take us out with 5 hits. Yeah. 4 hits might even do it. Alright, so 4 hits always takes us out. 4 or 5 hits plus crits always takes out Freya. So Freya maybe not the one we want to start with. Knockoff is scary because it does double damage if we're holding an item. Let's try Spheal here. Brine has a chance to just straight up take it out, but if it doesn't, we are at risk of Rock Blast. There is an 85% chance it sets up Sticky Web, and we are slower than it, so unfortunately it gets 2 turns to act no matter what. That's really unfortunate. We could just straight up risk Spheal turn 1 and then have it set up Sticky Web just to get off brine damage, and then switch to Callum on the Rock Blast to intimidate it. It's still scary, and it lowers our speed by 1, which means we are then slower, so it would get 2 more turns, and Callum isn't doing any damage back. It doesn't really matter because any move will take out Dwebble. So the good news is that if we lead with Spheal and we do Brine, Brine does a minimum of 90%, and it's probably going to Sticky Web. We then switch on the Rock Blast, because it's never doing Sticky Web again once Sticky Web is up. And we don't really have a way to prevent it, because no one is fast enough to take this out in 1 hit, guaranteed. Yeah, Farfetch'd doesn't do it. Farfetch'd does take very little damage from it, though. So we could just stay in with Farfetch'd, and I believe Rock Smash always gets the defense drop. Let's check that real quick. So it might be in here. So it says it lowers defense. I just want to make sure that move changes specifies it always drops defense. Rock Smash. Effect chance, yeah. So it 100% of the time drops defense by 1. We are faster turn 1. So we can Rock Smash it, which does minimum 30%, drop it to defense by 1, and then raise its speed by 2, or raise it by 2, yeah. So, -1 defense is 45% damage from Rock Smash. So it would be 3 hits to take it out, and turn 1 it's likely going to Sticky Web, but then turn 2 it is faster. Turn 2 and 3 it's faster, so it will get 2 Rock Blasts off against Farfetch'd, and crits are scary, 31%. But even if it does a 5-hit Rock Blast, 53%. So it would have to do 2 5-hit Rock Blasts in a row with several crits to take out Farfetch'd. So I think Farfetch'd is the lead here. Just because he takes so little damage from this Dwebble. Although that was at -1, I'm just now realizing, from Intimidate, and that would not apply here. So Sticky Web turn 1, Rock Smash, -1 defense, +2 speed. Turn 2, wait, so that's only if it gets 5 hits, even without Intimidate. It is not intimidated. So 5-hit Rock Blast only does 53%. So we're pretty safe here. So I think we just lead with Farfetch'd. If we give Farfetch'd a Oran Berry, does that increase the chance of knockoff? No. It doesn't seem like it, but let's assume it goes for knockoff, because knockoff doubles in power with an item. So 130. Okay. So crit knockoff is 48% if we hold an Oran Berry. So we may as well just not... Well, we kind of have to hold an Oran Berry because Rock Blast does 53% on a 5-hit crit. But the odds of that happening are really, really low. So we could just go no item on Farfetch'd and just hope that it does not crit us with Rock Blast. But turn 1, assuming that it uses Sticky Web, we just Rock Smash. And then it does have Berry Juice, which is unfortunate, so it's a 4-hit KO because 30% plus 30%, or 30% plus 45% is 75%. And if we get max roll, 37% plus 55 is still not enough for a 2-shot unless we crit once. So it is a 4-hit because of the Berry Juice. So 30% turn 1, -1 defense. 45% turn 2, activate Berry Juice, -2 defense. So we would deal 75%. So we would take it down to 25%, which is 12 or 11. 10. It would take it to 10 HP. Berry Juice takes it to 30, which is 75%. Yeah, so turn 1, 30%, turn 2, 45%. Takes it to 25%. Berry Juice takes it back up. And then at -2, a third Rock Smash is not enough to take it out without crit. So it's a 4-hit with Rock Smash no matter what, and it just gets faster and faster every time. Not that it really matters. So Rock Blast crit becomes a bit more scary because it's faster for the every turn but the first. Yeah. So it's always acting first. The good news is that even with max hits on Rock Blast, 5 total hits, it's only dealing 31.9%. So getting hit with 5 hits 3 times in a row will not take out Farfetch'd, but if at any point it gets a crit, we're going to have to switch. But we can get to that if it happens. We may just have to stay in with Farfetch'd and deal damage over 4 turns. Let's try Pidgey. I think Pidgey is probably too frail for this. Yeah. Yeah, Rock Blast does way too much damage. It's just almost guaranteed to go for Rock Blast turn 1. And anything more than 3 hits. Three hits or higher just takes out Pidgey. So Pidgey is just not worth it here. Let's try Carvanha. Bug Bite just takes it out no matter what. Water Pulse. Does Water Pulse just take it out in 1 hit? Am I seeing this correctly? Water Pulse does 110% to Dwebble. Aqua Jet even does 120. This feels wrong. I don't know why, but this feels incorrect. But looking at the damage ranges, Carvanha just outspeeds and one-shots Dwebble without any issue. Nothing whatsoever can be done. It can't even set up Sticky Web because we're faster. So Carvanha with either Aqua Jet or Water Pulse, and it can't do anything. It can't heal, it can't attack. So we just take it out turn 1, and then next to come in is probably Mawile, because it has Intimidate and Leftovers, and it resists all of our moves, or is immune to all of our moves. Yeah, it's a fairy type, so we probably see Mawile come in next. It has Covet, Metal Claw, and Fire Fang, so it's always guaranteed to use Covet, which is a fairy type move. And even though it's slower, it sees that it's slower and takes us out in 1 shot. So there's no way we're staying in on this thing using Covet. So we probably want to switch to Freya, because Freya takes very little damage from all of its moves, and is immune, or not immune to Fire Fang, but it hits us with Covet. Even crit Covet only does 31%. It does have Leftovers, but that doesn't really matter because 2 Flame Wheels takes out Mawile no matter what. So we just take out Mawile with 2 Flame Wheels. It barely does any damage with Covet. Yeah, 31. It does max 50% or 60% with 2 crits. We just give Freya an Oran Berry and we're fine. And then next after that is probably Sandygast. Because even though it's slower, it does have Bulldoze and Hypnosis. So it would probably see either one of those. The only issue is that if it switches in... Sandygast, it's 50-50 between Bulldoze or Hypnosis. And Bulldoze crit can potentially take out Freya. It's a pretty low chance, but we don't have really anything to hit it with other than Flame Wheel. And I don't know if we need to risk a crit for that. The only problem is Hypnosis. There's a 50% chance for Hypnosis. So the damage we take from Mawile does unfortunately take us to minimum 34%, because we're switching out of Carvanha into a Covet, and then we're taking one more Covet, so 34. We're taking minimum 35% damage, which takes us to 65%, which is 29, I believe. Yeah, it takes us to 29 HP with 2 Covets, so Sandygast comes in, and even just High Roll or Crit Bulldoze could take out Freya. So I don't know if I want to risk that. There is a... We're at 29 HP. There is a 50% chance that we get taken out with Bulldoze no matter what. So yeah, there's a really high chance it uses Bulldoze. So we probably need to switch. If there's a high chance it uses Bulldoze, we could switch into Farfetch'd, who is immune. And we have a Dark-type move to hit it back. And it's basically dealing no damage other than Hypnosis. But if it uses Hypnosis and it puts us to sleep, then it's a random move between Astonish and Mega Drain, which are only dealing like max 20%, 31% on a crit. It would recover some damage if it uses Mega Drain, but we can just two-shot it with Brutal Swing. So I think we just switch into Farfetch'd on what's likely to be a Bulldoze. It misses because we're immune to ground-type moves. We Brutal Swing turn 1. Worst case scenario, it uses Hypnosis on that turn and puts us to sleep. But then it's never using Hypnosis again because we're asleep. So we could switch in Carvanha for free. Well, not for free, because we could switch into a Mega Drain crit and it could take us out. So we have to plan for that. But it's never using Bulldoze because we're immune to it. So we could switch to Ekans, who is faster, and Bite from Ekans does 37% to it, but then Bulldoze crit could take him out. But he's already taken minimum 60% from Brutal Swing, so we just have to deal... Callum just doesn't do enough damage, just barely. So he does 37%. What about... Carvana does do enough, but again, we don't want to switch in on a Mega Drain because it's either using Mega Drain or Astonish on Farfetch'd. So we don't want to risk switching into a Mega Drain. Either way, we could go to Freya. Go back to Freya. Barely doesn't do enough damage again. We could switch to Steenie, who does... yeah, Steenie is the play here. Alright. So we... If Farfetch'd gets put to sleep, we switch to Steenie on either Astonish or Mega Drain. And then Razor Leaf always takes it out no matter what. Because even on a crit Mega Drain, it gets back 16%. Which does take it to... It takes it from 40% to 56% max. But Steenie should be able to solo this easy, because it's faster in Razor Leaf. And it has no healing. So we switch to Steenie, should be able to take it out. Last is Munchlax, and oh boy, we see Salac Berry. Gluttony means that it is encouraged to use berries early, so what that means is that it will use Salac Berry at 50% HP instead of 25%, and it just has two moves, Belly Drum and Headbutt, but it's super slow, so it switches in on Steenie. It's always going to use Belly Drum and then heal or get faster. So Salac Berry, let's see what Salac Berry does. I think it sharply raises speed, because we've already run into one of these. Raises speed in a pinch. It doesn't say how much it raises it by. So I'm going to look that up real quick, just to make sure. By one stage, you can see here with Bulbapedia. So one stage speed boost. Only gets it to 16 speed. So, but it would be maxed attack. Yeah, so it does a lot of damage, but let's assume turn one. Well, we have Steenie in. Sandygast does like max 32% maybe. So that would get us to 68, so 32 HP. Yeah. And then Munchlax comes in. It's always using Belly Drum. So, unfortunately, we do not have a guaranteed kill with Steenie, which is unfortunate. So what we would have to do is probably switch to Farfetch'd. Yeah, so Farfetch'd is always faster. We just switch out of Steenie into Farfetch'd on its first turn because it's always using Belly Drum. Belly Drum halves its health, but then Salac Berry activates and improves its speed by 1. But it's still slower, and Rock Smash always takes it out because Rock Smash does a minimum 50%, so there's no danger. Alright, so once again we lead with Carvana, so I think he's in the box, so we have to go get him. Yeah, he is in the box, so we have to go We have to go get Carvana. We have to get Frederick out of the box. We switch out Pidgey because Pidgey's not coming to this fight. And we just give Frederick an Oranberry, because why not? And Frederick always takes out Dwebble, no matter what. We already calculated this. Starting with Dwebble, takes it out with only Water Pulse. I'm not sure. We had the minus defense somewhere, but it doesn't matter here because Water Pulse always takes out Dwebble no matter what at 110%. And then coming in is Mawile because it resists all our moves, and even though it's slower, it sees a 2-hit or just a 1-hit KO with Covet, which is a fairy type move. So we are never staying in with Frederick. We just immediately switch to Freya with a Oranberry on the Covet. Covet crit does max 31%. 2 Flame Wheels always takes this thing out. It should never switch. And Intimidate does not affect us because Intimidate was on the switch to Carvana, to Frederick. So 2 Flame Wheels takes out Mawile. Then comes in Sandygast. Sandygast is 50-50 using Bulldoze or Hypnosis. Bulldoze crit can take out Freya. There is a somewhat high chance of Bulldoze taking out Freya because Freya took some damage from the Mawile. So we switch on the assumed Bulldoze into Farfetch'd. If it's Hypnosis, that's not great. Let's see if there's any move changes. So Hypnosis is increased to 70% accuracy. And then we have to check the AI document for Hypnosis to see if there's any... Okay, well, I just have to manually check, unfortunately. So what I'm doing here is I'm looking for Hypnosis in the document to see if there's any special AI flags or increase usage of Hypnosis. So I just have to find it. It should be in here somewhere. Unfortunately, the search function doesn't want to help me, so I kind of have to just scroll through manually. Should be in here somewhere. Okay, Yawn, Dark Void, and all other non-damaging sleep moves start at +6. 25% of the time, AI considers the following conditions, assuming it sees no kill. If the player mon can be put to sleep, additional +1. So probably a +7 to use Hypnosis versus slow 2-hit KO, which is... Slow kill is +9. So it should always see Bulldoze as higher value into Ponyta, into Freya. I don't know if AI calculates crit or not. Maybe it's in that document. So the highest damaging move gets +6 and slow kill. I'm not sure where crit AI comes in. Okay. Only if it has high crit chance, there's an additional the text at the start. AI will calculate score for every move and choose the highest scoring move. It knows our stats, moves, and abilities at the start of battle. It has a check to move. Has a function to check if a move is useless. Okay. I don't see anything in here about whether or not it calculates crit damage. So I'm going to assume it calculates with crit. The only issue with that is if I'm wrong and it does not calculate with crit, it never sees Bulldoze is killing Ponyta, so it will always go for Hypnosis, which means that it'll put Ponyta to sleep. If Hypnosis hits, it will put Ponyta to sleep. So I have to try and find somewhere where it says whether or not it calculates crit. So I just have to look for critical hit rules. All damaging moves. Yeah, if it's slower, it's plus additional +3. But it does not see that it kills. No priority moves, no trapping moves. Speed reduction moves, which Bulldoze does do. If this is the highest damaging move, none of the below bonuses are applied. Okay. So it is the highest damaging move, so none of these bonuses apply. Apologies, this is just what I have to do to try and find critical hit rules. I'm just trying to find where they are. Because I really don't want to switch on a Hypnosis and then have Farfetch'd be put to sleep. Because Farfetch'd is how I'm doing the initial damage to Sandygast. And I need to look this up anyway for future references, so I know where it is. It just sucks that I have to scroll through and try to find it. General setup, poisoning moves, none of these matter. Yeah, these are all moves. There's Belly Drum, but we don't really have to worry about this right now because Munchlax is always using Belly Drum no matter what on the first turn. Recovery moves doesn't matter. Rest, Taunt, Encore. Okay. Alright, I didn't see anything about crits. So I'm assuming the AI does not see critical hits and does not calculate with critical hits. So I'm assuming that it's probably always going to use Hypnosis on turn 1, and I really hate to risk Freya on a critical hit Bulldoze because a lot of rolls of crit Bulldoze can just take out Freya, but that's what I'm gonna do. So once again, back to this. We risk the Bulldoze crit, and we just do Flame Wheel, because that's highest damage. If it puts us to sleep, great, because then we can switch to Farfetch'd. If not, the first Bulldoze will have taken us down low enough that Bulldoze will always be guaranteed, and then we can switch to Farfetch'd anyway, and just do Brutal Swing to do a lot of damage. And then we're faster if we're not asleep. So we really need to make it so that Farfetch'd is never asleep, because we need Farfetch'd for the Munchlax because nothing else takes it out in one hit. So we really need to get the Hypnosis plays correct, because if Farfetch'd is ever put to sleep, this Munchlax becomes much more dangerous, and we will lose something. Aqua-Jet never takes out Munchlax. I'm just looking for anything else that could be well, that could take out Sandygast and Munchlax in a row. So if we switch into Carvanha on a Bulldoze, it does way too much damage, and it lowers our speed. But that would not matter. So Bulldoze crit could just take out Carvanha from full HP, but it's only about a 50% chance on a crit. So it's 1 in 16, and then 2 in 16. So it's really, really unlikely. But we do not guaranteed take it out in one hit. I don't think we need to, though, because what we would need to do is 2 Aqua-Jets, or Aqua-Jet turn 1. No, we wouldn't even need to Aqua-Jet. We're faster. So Bite turn 1 against Munchlax. Potentially get it out of range of Belly Drum entirely. But Headbutt is still doing so much damage. Yeah, if we get Munchlax against Carvanha, it's always doing Headbutt and never Belly Drum. So we want it to Belly Drum. So we kind of have to have Freya in on, or Farfetch'd in. No, it's always doing Headbutt. How did I get it to do Belly Drum the first time? It is slower than Farfetch'd. Alright, so we figured out how to take out Dwebble and Mawile, but we have to figure out this Sandygast, because Freya's in and has taken some damage from Covet. So maximum 62% from Covet. So with an Oran Berry, that would be... it would take us to 48%, or a 38%, which is 15 HP. $17 HP. Oranberry takes us to 27-ish. Because technically it would be 31% would take us to 69%. Which is 30. It's like 31. Yeah, so it would take us to 31 HP, and then it would deal on another crit another 31%, so it would take us to 38%. Which is 17. So yeah, 27 HP. Assuming high roll crits, highest roll possible of crits, would take us down to 60% health before we take out Mawile. So then Dwebble comes in, sees an 81% chance for Bulldoze, so should probably always go for Bulldoze. So we can switch in Farfetch'd, do the brutal swing strategy, and then we're taking like max. The only downside is that it's pretty much always hypnosis, and we can never take it out in one hit, unfortunately. So we switch in on a bulldoze. We are immune. It always wants to go hypnosis. So then we switch back to Freya to get the hypnosis so that she gets put to sleep. If she's not hit with hypnosis, we just go back and forth between Freya and Farfetch'd until hypnosis hits Freya, and then we can safely switch to, well, until hypnosis hits Freya, then we switch to Farfetch'd. It's never using hypnosis. The issue is that I don't think inner focus prevents sleep. Come on. Alright, so inner focus, only from flinching or being affected by intimidate, so it does not prevent sleep. So we switch. It is... It's not guaranteed bulldoze on Freya, unfortunately, so... But it is 80% likely. And I'm inclined to believe the calculator, even though there was that whole debacle with Belch in the last video. But what we're going to do here is... we have to assume bulldoze, so we switch to Farfetch'd, and then we brutal swing to do 60% damage. If it uses hypnosis, that's not great. Hypnosis can miss, but it's 70% chance to hit. So if it hits, we're asleep, and then it starts doing Mega Drains or Astonish. Mega Drains, it starts recovering. It could theoretically recover 30%. It could theoretically recover back to full HP if it max roll crits twice in 2 turns. But if it doesn't, then it's max getting 40% back. So it would only heal back to 80% HP. Over 3 turns it would heal versus 2 turns. With an Oranberry, so it's doing 20% every turn, 20, 40, 42, gets us to 58. It's barely doing any damage to us, so we can basically just stay in, even if we're put to sleep against this thing, and just click Brutal Swing over and over. The only downside is that if it sees that it can switch to Munchlax, it will, because it sees Headbutt as highest damage, and that would be really, really bad for us. So we kind of just have to hope that we don't get hypnotized, because otherwise... So we start with Ponyta against the Sandygast. It's either doing Bulldoze or Hypnosis, probably Bulldoze. We have to switch to Farfetch'd. Hope it's not Hypnosis. And then we just keep running into the issue of we need Farfetch'd for the Munchlax to deal enough damage to take it out in 2 hits with Rock Smash. So we could try Spheal on Sandygast. Brian is doing a lot of damage. Bulldoze. Even with 2 Bulldoze crits, it never takes us out. We are slower, but 2 Brines always takes it out. So, but then we would have a slower Spheal in against Munchlax. So let's try this. Let's try Spheal against Sandygast. It's kind of... we get bulldozed once. Well, here's the thing. We could switch from Freya to... no, we can't. We have to switch to Spheal. We have to switch to... I forgot what I named Spheal. Well, anyway, we switch to Spheal on either a Bulldoze or a Hypnosis. It just... nothing we do matters, because no matter what, even if we get Hypnosis on Spheal, it's still like using Bulldoze or Mega Drain, and we switch to Farfetch'd on either of those, we still can't take it out in one hit because we're not... so we have to do at least some damage with Brine with Spheal. So if it deals... if it does Bulldoze, it's crit 47%, so it takes us to 53, which is 27 HP. We lower our speed by 1. And we're slower on the next turn, so it's doing Mega Drain. And Mega Drain crit can just take us out before we even move. So... how about Piplup? Does Piplup do any better? Cannot have speed lowered by Bulldoze, which is nice. Yeah, so Bubble Beam... even with crit Bulldoze, it's only 48%. So we give Piplup a berry, an Oran Berry, on the most likely the Bulldoze into Freya. After Freya's taken some damage from Mawile. Most likely Bulldoze. If it's Hypnosis, that's not great, into Piplup. We switch in on a Bulldoze. Bulldoze does 48%. Speed is not lowered because of Clear Body. We are faster. We just launch a Bubble Beam into it. That's the best play. And then... it is unfortunately 50-50 between... well... so Bulldoze speed is not lowered, we're faster. Bubble Beam can take it out. But if we do take it out, then Munchlax comes in. And is 90% to go for Belly Drum. So that's good for us. If we do not take it out in one hit, and it gets either a Mega Drain or Hypnosis, like crit Mega Drain can take us out, unfortunately. And Water Compaction is its ability, which doesn't make it immune to water, but raises its defense by 2, but that doesn't matter here. So preferably we would want to take it out in one hit. It's not guaranteed, but we would have to risk it. We would basically be risking Piplup to a Mega Drain crit. That's the risk. There is a 2.4% chance that we do not take it out. Or a, I should say, a 1 in 16 chance, or 1 in 4. So there's a 25% chance that we do not take it out with Bubble Beam. which is really unfortunate. Yeah, because there's 4 rolls that don't do enough damage. They leave it on 1 HP. So 25% chance to not take it out in 1 hit. So 1/4. And 1 divided by 4 is 0.25. And then I think we multiply this by 1/16. Yeah, so there's like a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think we just have to go for it and hope that Bubble Beam kills and that it does not crit Mega Drain us on Piplup, because if we lose Piplup, that will be very bad. The worst part about this is if we had evolved Piplup into Prinplup, it would be doing more damage and we could just take it out with Bubble Beam. But such is life. So I think we have to risk the crit Mega Drain because it's such a low chance to happen. And there's a 75% chance that we just take it out with Bubble Beam, which is the highest possible chance. And then when Munchlax comes in, there's a 90% chance it uses Belly Drum, so we just switch to Farfetch'd and take it out because we're faster, even after Salac Berry. Like, let's assume Salac Berry maximizes... Okay, so if Salac Berry for some reason maximizes speed, we are in big, big trouble. It shouldn't, because that's not what it says it does. So, trusting the documentation, we should be able to... That's not right. Alright, so lead with Frederick against the Dwebble. Lead with Frederick. We're just double checking, make sure everything is correct. Against the Dwebble, Water Pulse, we have to make sure we click Water Pulse. Water Pulse always kills. That baits in Mawile, because even though Mawile is slower, it sees that Mawile resists all of our moves. We're doing no damage to it. We're doing some, but it sees a slow one-hit KO with Covet into Carvanha. We can never attack, we have to switch. So we switch into Freya on a Covet. We take some damage from Covet, because it takes 2 hits. It takes 1 hit on the switch in, and then another hit because it takes us 2 hits to take it out with 2 Flame Wheels. That baits in Sandygast. We go into... We were just calculating this, but we go into Piplup on the Sandygast, because it's either Bulldoze or Hypnosis. Probably Bulldoze. It's like 80% to be Bulldoze. If it's Hypnosis on the switch to Bubble Beam, or to Piplup, and Piplup gets put to sleep, then it's always Mega Drain, no matter what. So we can go to... Well, it's always Mega Drain if it puts us to sleep. So we go back to Freya. Freya takes some chip damage from Mega Drain. It's then probably guaranteed Bulldoze. So then we switch to maybe Pidgey. Yeah, Pidgey is actually a really good matchup for this because it's doing no damage. And then we could chip away at it with Pidgey if needed, and just do Air Cutters into Sandygast. And then even if Munchlax comes out against Pidgey, it's still 90% to Belly Drum, so we can just do that. We do need to go grab Pidgey, though, because Pidgey is in the box. Alright, so we have to move Pokemon. Torben, right. Torben the Spheal. Periwinkle the Pidgey is coming out. We don't need Callum for this fight. Sorry, Callum. In case something goes wrong in this fight. We shouldn't need Callum. But we give... Periwinkle should have an Oranberry. Yeah. Oranberry on Freya. Oranberry on Frederick. Oranberry on Pablo. Yeah, he's already holding an Oranberry. Oranberry on Farfetch'd. On Uthar, he has an Oranberry. And just for the heck of it, give an Oranberry to Blueberry. Alright, so lead with Frederick, one shot with Water Pulse against Dwebble. Switch to Freya on the Mawile, take some damage from Covet, two shot with Flame Wheel. Sandygast comes in, either Bulldoze or Hypnosis, we switch to Piplup. Piplup's speed will not be lowered, so we get good damage with Bubble Beam if we are not put to sleep. If we are put to sleep, it can never Hypnosis, always uses Mega Drain, switch to Periwinkle, chip away at it with Air Cutter, until either Periwinkle gets put to sleep or Sandygast faints. Then Munchlax comes in, we switch to Uthar on a Belly Drum, and we take it out with a Rock Smash. So that's what we're going to do. So we have to go up to the beach, and I know that took a lot of planning, so we have to be very careful. Alright, so there he is down there. We found a Heart Scale. Excellent. I don't think we can get... Alright, we got a Dive Ball. This will come in handy later when we are catching Water-type Pokemon. There is an area that gets you underwater, and that's where Dive Balls are useful. We're gonna save here, just in case. And then we're gonna make sure that we are leading with Frederick. We are. So we're gonna step into this battle. We fight... this should be Rune Maniac. Rune Maniac Georgie. Yes, it is. So we should lead with Dwebble. We see Dwebble here. And we are faster and always one shot with Water Pulse. The calculator said so. There goes Dwebble. Never gets to do anything. Mawile should come out here. Yes, there's Mawile. It sees a slow one-hit KO with Covet, because Covet turns into a Fairy-type move in this. We got the Intimidate on Frederick, so we're safe to switch into Freya here. Freya takes a little bit of damage from Covet. And Covet should never take our berry, because it's holding an item. We get Flame Body, which is excellent. It is not needed, because we're already doing enough damage with Flame Wheel. So, Flame Wheel number 1 should do at least 75%. Yeah, that was a high roll. It didn't matter, because only a crit would have taken it out. Leftovers activates, does not matter. We do more than enough damage with Flame Wheel that we just take it out no matter what. And after this, Sandygast should come in. And because Freya is at such high HP, she's at 33, I am going to check and see. We're going to put Freya and Sandygast. She is at 33, so she's at 73%. The calculator still says 50-50 between Bulldoze or Mega Drain. Or, no, sorry, Bulldoze or Hypnosis. So, and a crit can still take out Freya It's extremely unlikely. It's only a 1 in... Well, any crit roll will take her out. Yeah, so 1 in 16. It's a 1 in 16 chance, so it is a 0.1% chance or something like that. So, just checking, 1 divided by 16, that's not 16, 1 divided by 16 is 0.06% chance to crit. So that is very, very unlikely to crit, but it is doing either Bulldoze or Hypnosis here. So we wanted to switch to Piplup to avoid any chance of a crit Bulldoze. Bulldoze will not do a lot. It'll only do 48% on a crit to Piplup. We'll never lower our speed, so we get damage in with... Okay, so one thing we do have to calculate is if we bring in Piplup and we deal Bubble Beam damage, Bubble Beam almost always kills. It will leave it on 1 HP, which is fine. I was going to try to calculate something with... Because Water-type moves sharply raises its defense, I was checking to see if our Farfetch'd Brutal Swing would still... There's Hypnosis. That's not great for us. But it is always using Mega Drain now, so we switch to Periwinkle on a Mega Drain. So it may have just been a pure coin flip between Hypnosis and Bulldoze. Or maybe Hypnosis had a higher chance, I don't know. But we're just going to Air Cutter here, and we're just going to chip away at it. Yeah, it's just doing Mega Drain. This is a losing battle for it. It did get a critical Mega Drain, but that doesn't matter. We're still completely safe. We just keep doing Air Cutter here. Yeah, this is... We just sit here, we deal damage with Air Cutter. We're still completely safe. This can do absolutely nothing to us. So... there's Hypnosis on Pidgey. So, it will never Hypnosis. It's always doing Mega Drain now. So that means that we can safely switch to Farfetch'd. And Brutal Swing will always take it out. So that's the position we were trying to get in. Brutal Swing always takes it out. And in comes Munchlax. And Munchlax should always use Belly Drum. Either way, 2 hits of Rock Smash will take him out. So Rock Smash. Yep, there's Rock Smash number 1. It can no longer Belly Drum. It may still try to. There's the Salac Berry. We are still faster. It doesn't even matter. Second Rock Smash takes it out. And that is Ruin Maniac Georgie, which took a while to plan, but overall fairly easy to deal with. That Dwebble and that Munchlax were a bit scary to plan around, but thankfully we were able to take them out pretty easily. And we didn't lose anybody, which is excellent. So now we have access to Granite Cave, and we have to get through it to deliver a letter to Mr. Steven Stone. But before we go in here, I'm going to save. And then I'm going to take a look at the encounters in here, because Granite Cave counts as pretty much all one area. We have to take a look. So you'll see up here, Granite Cave first floor, Granite Cave basement first floor, Granite Cave basement second floor. This, I believe, all counts as the same area because it's all Granite Cave, right? So that's how I'm going to operate. In here, I only get one encounter in this entire cave, and then in Steven's room over here, we get another encounter. But first, we have to look at all the different encounters. So looking at the bottom first, we have Sandile, Sandshrew Alolan, and Bergmite all at 5%. Togedemaru, Amora, and Swinub all at 5%, except Amora is 10%. Aeron and Snorunt 5%. Aeron is 10%. Dwebble 5%. Sneasel 5%. Togedemaru another 10% in Basement 1. Onyx 10%. We already have Spheal. That is something we could play around. We already have Spheal, so Spheal is removed from Basement 2 for us. Rhyhorn, Dwebble. So Dwebble is total 15% in Basement 1. Sandshrew Alolan is 20% in Basement 2. Amora is 30% in Basement 2. Geodude Alolan, 20%. Qfant is 30%. So I'm trying to figure out what we want here. We already have an Ice type in Spheal, so I don't know if we need another Ice type, really, right now. It wouldn't really help us too much. So I'm looking at probably either first floor or Basement 1, because both of these have a chance at Togedemaru. So Togedemaru has a 10% chance in Basement 1, or a 5% chance in basement or first floor. So Togedemaru is really what we want. It's one of the best Pokemon in the game, and I already talked about this in the previous video, but it gets it's a really good typing with Steel and Electric. It gets really good moves, it gets a really good ability. It's far and away the best encounter we could possibly get. So realistically, we would want to go to Basement 1 to get a 10% chance at Togedemaru. So that may be what we do. It would also give us a guaranteed Rock, Steel, or Ice type, no matter what. So Ice type in Sandshrew, Amora, those are our two Ice types. They're rarer on the encounter table. Dwebble, Nosepass, or Geodude are our rock types. Dwebble is at 15%, Geodude's at 20%, Nosepass 10%. And then our steel types are Qfant, which is 30%, the most common, and Togedemaru at 10%. And Sandshrew also evolves into a steel type, so technically a 30-45% chance to get a steel type. So honestly, I think I want to go Basement 1, so that's what I'm going to do. I have to check my bag and look at my Pokeball situation. I only have 12, so I'm going to go buy some more Pokeballs so I don't accidentally run out. Unfortunately, this does mean that I have to go back to Petalburg. I can't. That's unfortunate. So I may be able to get Pokeballs in here. I don't think I can. This lady doesn't do Pokeballs. Yeah, so we may have potentially messed up here because we can't buy any more Pokeballs until we deliver the letter to Steven at the end of the cave. So because we are going to catch a Steel, Ice, or Rock type, they're all level 8s. We should be fine. All our Pokemon are level 17. We don't really have any statuses, unfortunately, to apply to the Pokemon, and pretty much any damage we deal will be too much damage. So probably want to switch Piplup to the front here or let's just look at our Pokemon to see who would be most advantageous. Potentially Pidgey. Pidgey would be weak to all the moves, which is unfortunate. Piplup does super effective damage. Pluck would be good to do resisted damage. Farfetch'd is also a potential one. Defense is a little bit higher and resists all the moves except Ice. And then Steenie over here with Rapid Spin dealing minimum damage. I think Steenie is good to lead with, just because Rapid Spin basically has a 0% chance of ever taking anything out. We are going to activate the repellent, so it should repel all the Pokemon in here. Before we go in, we are going to look up the map of Granite Cave. Yeah, so here's Granite Cave. First floor, there's really nothing other than an escape rope, which we may be saving for later. Basement 1, there is a move here, Rock Blast, that we want to get. Otherwise, we just go over here to the ladder. But this is Basement 1, so this is where we want to make our encounter. And then, so in Basement 1, we go through the ladder, and I believe that takes us to Basement 2. Yeah, so Basement 2, we want to grab this Everstone just for uses in the future. And then we grab the Nevermelt Ice for damage. Then we go over here to this ladder, and that should lead us to Steven's room, I believe. So 65 is what gets us to Steven's room. So where... It's not through here. There it is, right there, 65. So we actually just go straight through here. We go on ladder, this ladder over here. We go up the next ladder. That leads us to back up here to the first floor, and then it should, and then we run over here, and 68 takes us through to Steven's room. So that should be how we get through. Basement 1, remember, just triple checking. Basement 1 is where we want to go. Where we want to go. So the repellent is active. We are leading with Steenie. There is an escape rope right here. So we grab this. We probably won't be using it here. We go down. Alright. So in the top left you saw Granite Cave pop up. So this whole area is Granite Cave. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn it off. Deactivated wild Pokemon can be encountered. And we're just going to run back and forth and see what our encounter is. Togedemaru. Dwebble. Okay. So Dwebble is not great, unfortunately. It is one of the more common encounters. It is a 15% chance to show up. So we kind of missed out, unfortunately. So what we need to look at now is Dwebble's Learn Set. And see what it has. Level 8. It has no bug move. It just has rock... No, it does have Struggle Bug, but that's going to do 0 damage to us. Rock Blast and Block. So Block can block us from switching. And I'm unsure how much damage this Razor Leaf would do to a level 8 Dwebble. So I'm going to try to... Well, yeah, we don't know any of this thing's stats or IVs. So we're going to see... Rock Blast is scary. We don't have anything that resists it. And then Block and Struggle Bug. Let's see if Struggle Bug has been changed. Go in here to move changes. Struggle Bug. Nothing about it has changed other than how many times it can be used. So I'm just going to check the base power on Struggle Bug. And Struggle Bug will lower our special attack by 1. It is 50 base power, so I'm kind of reluctant to leave Blueberry in here, but she should survive at least 1 Struggle Bug. We are going to Rapid Spin once, just to see how much damage it does. Yeah, so Razor Leaf probably would have just outright killed it. Struggle Bug comes out. Oh, geez. Okay, so a crit is doing 14 damage. A crit Rapid Spin will not take it out. Another crit Struggle Bug will not take us out. So we're safe here. Excuse me. I should have brought Callum. But I think we're still safe. We are going to do a Pokeball here. And pretty soon we're going to need a nickname for this Dwebble, a female Dwebble. So go ahead and be thinking about that. We are going to throw another Pokeball. Excellent. We caught Dwebble. Alright, we need a nickname for a female Dwebble. Any suggestions for a female Dwebble? Dwebble can potentially be good with the weak armor ability. Decreased defense but improved speed could come in very useful, depending. Bug Bite also eats berries. Bug Bite is a move it learns. Alright, let's see. For female Dwebble, I'm thinking... I think Hermina, kind of like Hermit Crab, Hermina would work. Alright. Welcome to the team, Hermina. Transfer to the box. So we are just going to switch Steenie out of the first position. We'll just lead with Freya since, why not? And we're going to turn the repellent back on. And we're going to go down here. We do get Rock Blast. The Dwebble we just caught already knows Rock Blast. So we won't be using it for Dwebble. We are down in Basement 2. We are going to pick up this Everstone. So something I completely forgot about until now is that Granite Cave 2 did have a Rock Smash table of Bergmite or Geodude Alolan. But I don't think I would really want either of those. I would rather try to go for the Togedemaru, which is what I did. So we'll have to remember that in the future, that there are Rock Smash tables. But going up here, we get the Never Melt Ice, which will come in useful in the future. Just improves the power of Ice-type moves. One of the few items in the game we get that improves our damage. And we are about to... Oh, okay. So we are in... we are still in Granite Cave. Clearly something happened. Where did I... Alright. All the maps. Granite Cave. Okay, so... I guess this is just Steven's room and it's dark, I'm guessing. If we go to the right and there's a... if we go to the left and there's a bunch of rocks right here, we will know we are in Steven's room. So we're just going to walk left and see. Yeah, so we're in Steven's room. This is also an encounter area. Steven's room. So it's pretty much guaranteed... well, not guaranteed, but most likely to be a psychic type. We have 5% Drowsy, 5% Metatite, 5% Dottler. Gligar is a flying type, which is useful for the fighting gym. Baltoy is a psychic type. Magnemite is a steel type, which would be very useful. Nosepass, Gligar also... So Gligar total 20% or 15%. Hatena 20% and Abra 20%. We really don't want to see Abra here because Abra can teleport away. So really we would want to see anything other than Abra. Anything in here is good. I don't really think we can afford to damage anything really. We could just lead with Steenie again and first heal her. Use some Oran Berries to heal the damage she took. So we just heal up Steenie. And then we switch Steenie into the first position. And then we turn off the repellent. Repellent is off. And we have an encounter in Steven's room. Not Abra. Metatite. Okay. I suppose that's fine. We are going to look up Metatite's Learn set. This is decent because we now have potentially have a Pokemon that resists fighting type moves and gets a super effective move against fighting types. Okay, so level 8 Metatite means that it gets Bide, Rock Smash, Confusion, and Detect at level 9. Bide is kind of scary because it can store up energy and then unleash it, which means that it deals double the damage of whatever it's taken during the 2 or 3 turns it takes to use Bide. Otherwise, we're pretty safe here. Learns Force Palm at level 20, which is excellent. Either has Pure Power or Inner Focus. Probably want to see Pure Power. Metacham, it evolves at level 34, so unfortunately we miss out on a few moves, but we could wait to level 36 to get Sucker Punch, which we will probably, but then we'll miss out on Brick Break. So we are just going to use one Rapid Spin here and see how much it does. Okay, so we're not going to attack it anymore. There's confusion. Yeah, we're fine. We use a Pokeball. Should be able to catch it. 1. Oh, okay. There's Bide. That's fine. We just keep using Pokeballs. And then we are going to need a nickname for a female Metatite. I'm feeling the name Florence for some reason. I'm unsure if that is related to anyone in the Black Company, but... Oh, no, we can just name, we can name her Nadia. Welcome to the team, Nadia. Transferred to the box. And then we turn the repellent back on, very important. And then we go talk to Steven. My name is Steven, I'm interested in rare stones. We give him the letter, and now that we've given him the letter, we should be able to use the boat again. He gives us a TM, defog, removes obstacles, and lowers evasion. Steven leaves. We can just run back out through the cave. There's no reason to use the escape rope here, because we could potentially use it in a far more advantageous area in the future, because there are certain areas that make it so you cannot leave unless you have an item like an escape rope, and I don't think the escape rope can be bought in the Pokemart, or at least it's not very common, so we kind of need to hold on to it for something important. So now we are going back to the Poke Center to check out the new ladies we have just captured. I believe they are both female. We captured a Dwebble and a Metatite. So we're going to check Hermina first. Lonely Nature. I believe that's increased attack, lower defense. We've gotten 3 Pokemon with Lonely Nature, and I don't know why. This is kind of both good and bad. Dwebble likes both attack and defense, so we're going to check the IVs here. Okay, 0 HP is really not what you want to see. 28 special attack doesn't matter. 21 speed is nice. 11 attack, 17 defense. All in all, could be a lot better. We are just going to move straight to Metatite from here. So here's Metatite. Unfortunately, we got Quiet Nature. Pure Power is good. It raises attack. 11 attack IVs is middle of the road. It's not great. Every stat here is middle of the road other than HP. Increased special attack, lower speed is not what you want to see. Yeah, damn. Okay, 3 attack IVs really hurts with Pure Power. 22 defense, 16 HP. Almost max special attack and special defense though, but that 9 speed IV and that lowered speed nature, we're not going to be outspeeding anything. So unfortunately, not a very good Metatite. So we are just going to move them into the party. And we're going to level them up really quick here. So first, we are going to level up Nadia, Metatite, because she does not evolve until level 34, so we don't have to worry about missing out on any moves. Endure could be useful. We could do Endure Salakberry strats in the future, where we survive on 1 HP and then we trigger the Salakberry and stuff like that. I don't really like Bide So I'm going to get rid of Bide for Endure. So we learned Endure. We just keep leveling up Nadia. And she should stop at 17. With Seismic Toss, it's really a dealer's choice of, do we want to go Seismic Toss over Rock Smash and just do flat 17 or 20 damage? Because Seismic Toss is equal to your level, and it does that damage every turn. Or do we want to keep Rock Smash to lower enemy defense? Guaranteed. So, obviously we're keeping Detect because always need a Protect type move on a Pokemon. So what do we want to do here? I'm really torn on what to do. I think that I will just... This is really difficult because Seismic Toss is also good for catching Pokemon because you always know how much damage you're dealing. Okay. So here I kind of need to well, unfortunately I can't calculate how much damage Meditite will be doing because I did not import my save before I leveled up, which is unfortunate, so I won't be able to see how much damage Meditite does into this. But considering how much HP all of them have, 60 HP, 59, 60, 56, 59, 58, none of them have defense boosting moves. So, but Rock Smash would only really be useful against the Lopunny to do super effective damage, and she's gonna be faster than pretty much anything on my team anyways. So Seismic Toss might be better just for dealing 20 damage, because we'll be level 20 when we get here. And our attack isn't great either, even with pure power. We could change that in the future, but I really don't think we're going to. Plus this, like, specifically for this Scraggy, it has Eviolite, which means that all damage against it is reduced. Or its defense and special defense are effectively doubled. So we'll be dealing no damage to this thing, and it'll be doing a lot of damage in return. Unfortunately, because we are part Psychic type, Dark type moves such as Feint Attack will be neutral against Meditite if we choose to use Meditite against Scraggy. So it will probably end up dealing too much damage to us anyway, but I think it's smarter to do Seismic Toss over Rock Smash because we already have Rock Smash on Farfetch'd, on Uthar. So that's the choice I made. Yeah, level 17 still. And now we have to look at Dwebble once again and see what moves Dwebble learns. So level 10 Sand Attack doesn't matter. Feint Attack / Rock Tomb at 21, which is unfortunate. So really no good moves, and also evolves at level 34. So we have not checked her ability, or if we did, I don't remember it. So I'm gonna check real quick here. unfortunate that neither of these Pokemon evolve until... Alright, so Sturdy is nice, but I think I would have preferred Battle Armor, since that negates critical hits. But Sturdy is also useful. So we're just going to level up Hermina. There's Sand Attack. And we're just going to level her up to the level cap. Wants to learn Feint Attack, so we're going to forget Block, Struggle Bug, Sand Attack. Would we really need that for anything? I really don't like playing with accuracy strats, like reducing the enemy's accuracy. So we'll get rid of Sand Attack in favor of Feint Attack. And then the next move we should learn is Slash, I think, which is a high critical hit ratio move. But it is a normal type move. So Block is really only useful when you want to stop a foe from switching. Or in the case of like getting Abra in an encounter, making it so it can't teleport away. But I don't, like, even if we run into something like that, Dwebble is pretty much never faster than anything, so I think we just take Slash over Block here, because I don't see any situation where I use Block. I'm thinking about it, and Block does prevent switching. It prevents Pokemon from escaping. It's a very niche move, and I don't know if I'll ever use it. But Slash, although it's the highest power move that we would have, and it has high crit, it is also a normal type move, which means that it's not particularly good. But if we need a little bit extra damage, Slash might get us there. Plus, if we keep Block, then we have to worry about like switch AI and trying to calculate whether or not a Pokemon will switch. But if we can control the AI switching, that might be good. So I'll just get rid of Slash. I don't think Slash is worth it. Alright, so we've leveled up our new members. We have to go talk to Mr. Briny, the man who drives the boat. I've delivered the letter, so I'm not going to Slateport just yet. I'm going to heal my team, because I don't know if there is a immediate battle when we get there. So I'm going to look up Slateport. Yeah, there's a lot of areas in Slateport. So looking at Slateport City, that's not correct. Where would we be? We would be on the beach, so Harbor, no. Where's the... Oh, is it technically like Route 107? Or 108? That's 108. 109 is what I'm looking for. Here we go. 109. Here we go. Okay. So we don't have to worry about any of this just yet, because we cannot surf. This is where... we will land, and then we will see there is a fight with Lola and Chandler over here. They're both kind of underneath the umbrella, so it's kind of hard to tell where they're standing. I'm assuming they're standing in these exact spots underneath the umbrella. So this is Lola on the right, and this is Chandler on the left. We should be able to talk to them individually and fight them individually, because either way we have to fight both of them. Since you can see the way is blocked by all these these tanning chairs. But first we could look up the encounters on Route 109, which is what I'm going to do right now. We are going to look up 109. Alright. There's only fishing and surfing on Route 109. So here we have a 5% chance for Tynamo, which is what we would want. 5% for Tentacool, we do not want Tentacool. 10% Clauncher, 10% Corefish, 10% Krabby, and then a 30% chance for Tortuga and Choodle. So most likely either one of these two. And then once again, surfing is just the evolutions of all these, with the Whale Lord included. Caracosta is the evolution of Tortuga, and Dreadnought is the evolution of Choodle. So we probably just fish when we get over there. There's really no reason not to. There is an encounter in Slateport City itself. Fishing versus surfing. And here we actually would want to wait till we get surfing, because all of these Pokemon down here are way better than all these up here. Like, these aren't terrible, but we've got Pokemon like Remoraid and Buizel. I think Horsey and Quillfish are just generally better. And we just have a 10% across the board for Quillfish, 20% Buizel, 30% Remoraid, 40% Horsey. So Horsey would be the most common. But we would probably want to wait to surf here. But for Route 109, we would want to fish. Just fish. Because waiting doesn't really give us anything. So we're going to fish on Route 109 when we get there. And we don't have to plan just yet. So we're just going to go get on the boat. Check our Pokemon. So we're going to Slateport. And unfortunately, we do have to, again, wait until we get past quite a few trainers to get to the Pokemart, which means we cannot buy more Pokeballs yet. Unless he lets us go back to Dewford. He will. I want to see if he will let us go back to Petalburg. If not, then we'll just have to come back here. Also, the fight with the two children in the inner tubes may be our first forced double battle. I don't think it is, but there should be a way to check. Okay, so we're forced to just go back and forth to Slateport. But we are going to get our encounter on Route 109. We're going to fish. So we just have to go over to the water. Lead with Steenie as usual. And we're just fishing. We got a bite. Pokemon's on the hook. We got Tortuga. Alright, so this is one of the two most common. It was either this or Choodle. This is good in the sense that it's good at baiting certain Pokemon and certain moves. We are going to look at its move set. Alright, so it does have Whirlpool, Mudslap, Smackdown, and Aqua Jet. So Whirlpool can trap us in. But that's all it has right now. Razor Leaf will absolutely destroy this because it's quadruple weak to grass move. But Rapid Spin is going to do nothing here. Watch. It's going to do like 2 damage. Yeah. So there's Mud Slap, lowers accuracy. We could try to go to another Pokemon. We don't really have anything here that is good. Smackdown, Whirlpool, and Aqua Jet. This is where Seismic Toss could come in useful, but the thing is, I don't know if this thing has 17 HP. Surely it should, right? I'm gonna check Tortuga and see. Base 54 HP, that doesn't necessarily mean it has 54 HP. Like, the stats and the numbers don't usually match. So Seismic Toss may just kill it, and I don't know if it will or not. And if it does, then we've lost an encounter. But I'm pretty confident that this thing has 17 HP. So I'm just gonna switch. That little amount of chip we did may have lost us this encounter. Okay, Whirlpool is not fun. Now we're on a time limit. Let's hope this Seismic Toss does not kill it. Please do not take it out. Okay, good. That's what we wanted to see. I cannot switch because Whirlpool traps you. So we're taking residual damage every turn. We need to hope that this Pokeball catches. 1. Okay, that's not good. If we are ever freed from Whirlpool, we need to switch. Second Pokeball. Come on, please catch it. Nothing. Okay, this is really, really not good. We're in the danger zone here. We may lose Nadia. We just have to keep. So we have an option here. We may be able to use the dive ball that we got, because if I remember correctly, okay, it says catches Pokemon that live in the water with a 3.5 times the rate of a standard Pokeball. So we may need to use the dive ball that we have, the 1 dive ball, just so Nadia does not die here. I don't know if it's better though, because it says ocean floor. I'm just going to try another Pokeball, and if I live and it breaks out, then we'll try the dive ball. 1, 2, 3. Oh, thank goodness. We caught it. That was way too close. That was very dangerous. So, male Tortuga. Let's see. What should we name the male Tortuga? I'm thinking this one is a Yusuf. I'm feeling Yusuf here. So we'll go ahead and name Tortuga Yusuf. He's turtling. Yusuf is sent to the box. Unfortunately, Tortuga is another Pokemon that does not evolve into until a later level, like level 38 or something. Evolves at level 37. Yeah, way late. So, does get Protect at 31, which is nice. There was another Pokemon that learned Protect at a later level. Oh, it was Piplup. Piplup learns Protect at level 41, which is really not good. I don't know if we'll wait for that. But what we're gonna do here is we're gonna save. And then we are going to check our boy Tortuga and see how he is. Quirky nature. Okay, so it got the solid rock ability, which means super effective moves are effectively neutral against it, which is really nice. Quirky is neutral nature. Nothing has changed. Take a look at the IVs. I mean, 5 HP, 9 attack, 14 defense. The only really good one here is 29 special defense. Everything else is pretty meh. So it's got a pretty naturally high defense at 27, so increased special defense I suppose is nice. It already has Aqua Jet, Whirlpool dealing damage every turn, Mud Slap to reduce accuracy. It's a guy. It's pretty decent. Alright. So we're going to level up Tortuga, who very nearly took out Nadia before being captured. Alright, Yusuf. We've got a couple crabs this run. Or, not crabs. Things with shells. Bite. Okay, honestly, would Bite be better? It's higher damage, but our attack isn't great. What would I use Mud Slap for? Not much. Mud Slap would only really be useful against, like, a poison type or something. An electric type, but he's never staying in against electric types anyway. I think we just get rid of Mud Slap and teach Bite. Not really much to think about there. We just keep leveling up Yusuf. But yeah, we got a lot of things. We got Hermina, the Hermit Crab. Block, I really don't care about Block. And then we have Yusuf with who is a turtle. Alright. So, I will say I'm a little concerned here because all of my Pokemon are still in their first stage evolution aside from Blueberry. Everyone else, even the ones in the box, are all in their first stage. Yeah. No one has evolved yet, which makes me nervous because the fights coming up on the beach are not going to be easy, because there's about 8 of them, I believe. There's either 1 or 2 here with Lola and Chandler. I don't know if this is a double battle. We have Tuber Ricky. We have Bill and Edmund. So this is 1, potentially 2, 3, 4, potentially 5, 6. 6 battles before we can get to Slateport City. So it's going to be a lot of... Yes, there's a Pokemon called Yusuf. He is in the team right now. We have the turtle, Yusuf, right here. He's the newest addition to the party. And he doesn't have a particularly good set of stats, but he will be very useful in the future for double battles and such. So, I know that Ashley Benson has just returned. So what I'm going to do is... Yes, the whole company. I'm going to take a break, probably for about 30 minutes or so, maybe a little less. And I have to do a few things, but I will be back. But I'm just going to take a little bit of a break, and then I will return, and I hope that you will still be here. Yes, I know it's Andrew. I will return in a little bit. Stay tuned. What?
I mean, it's also for you.
Do you want me to do it right now?
Good, actually.
Yeah. And then test 1, 2, test. I think I'm back. Should be back. We'll see. Alright, so what I have to do here is I have to fight... Are these optionals? They're... Okay, well... So they are under the umbrella. That's my first surprise attack, but I did prepare for this, so I'm not, you know, completely caught off guard. Alright, so Flame Wheel always kills here. No need to do anything else. Yep. Next should be Magby. If not, then... Okay, so it's Elekid. So the reason Elekid came in here is because it's faster and it sees a 2-hit KO with Shockwave on Freya. So this is kind of good for us because crit Shockwave never takes us out, so we can just get a free Flame Wheel. We can never be paralyzed. Hello, welcome back. Could you tell me real quick if you can hear me? We're just going to use Flame Wheel here. So if this crits, then we'll have to switch, but it did not. There's Flame Wheel. And we got the burn. So it's using Shockwave anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But what we're going to do is down to 30 HP. We're at 67%, so even a crit Shockwave can never take us out, so we're completely safe. Good job, Freya, once again proving your worth. Another Flame Wheel takes him out. Very easy. This does mean that we cannot stay in... Well, we might be able to stay in on Magby. I'll have to check here in a second. But Magby comes out last. Elekid was taken care of. Okay. Good to know, thank you. Alright, so we have to check what Magby can do to us. Alright, so we're at 53%. Magby is out. Brick Break crit never takes us out. It's 48.8 max. It is speed tie, so we'll see who acts first. If it uses Confuse Ray and we get confused and hit ourselves, then we will just switch. But we're well enough prepared. We have both Frederick and Tortuga, Nadia, I believe. So we are pretty free to click Stomp here. So there is Confuse Ray. If we hit ourselves, that's fine, because we can just switch. Alright, come on, Freya. Hit through confusion. And we did. Excellent. So now this is good for us because it's never going for Confuse Ray because we're already confused. So it's always going for Brick Break. Did we bring Callum? We did. So we can switch Callum into the Brick Break to reduce its attack, but we are slower. So Brick Break is always happening. So unfortunately we do have to switch to Callum. Intimidate, -1. And we are slower. So Brick Break crit is 25.5%. We are slower. So 25.5 plus 62 is only 87. It's like 88% max because it's always doing either Incinerate or Confuse Ray on our turn, and we can just either Glare it to reduce its speed or Poison Fang for some damage. But we really don't need the Poison Fang because, yeah, Aqua Jet from either Frederick or Nadia will take it out. So I think we just... Alright, so we're confused. Brick Break is going to do some damage. We could switch... We could hard switch Nadia in because she resists Brick Break. But again, we're still slower. So Seismic Toss does 42.5. That's not quite enough to take it out, I don't think. Let's check. Yeah, it's not quite at 48%, or we haven't done 58% to Magby. So Seismic Toss would not be enough to take it out, and we're slower. It never uses Confuse Ray, but unfortunately we cannot switch in on a Brick Break because both Nadia and Frederick are weak to Brick Break. It is super effective, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that much damage to Nadia. Let's check Frederick real quick. Oh yeah, so we just switch in Nadia right here, thanks to Solid Rock. Reduces the damage from Brick Break, which is really good for us because we switch in on a guaranteed Brick Break, and then we are faster with Aqua Jet, and Aqua Jet always takes it out. So we just switch to... Oh, it's Yusuf. I've been calling Yusuf Nadia this whole time. So there is no Robert yet. We are waiting on a Robert. Have not found the right Pokemon for Robert yet. But this always takes out Magby. Good job, Yusuf. You got your first kill. Flame Body does not matter. Yeah, we can just go back to the Poke Center and heal up, which is what we're going to do. And then we are going to plan for the next fight, which is Tuber Lola, who is right here, and she's looking up this way. So as soon as we walk across her line of vision, she's going to trigger. So we have to plan for Tuber Lola next. Unfortunately, we have to come back here every time to heal, because this is the only Poke Center we have access to right now. So we're just going to heal. And then we're going to plan the next fight. Just click Next Trainer, and it is Tuber Lola. So there's some red text up here that says, not certain on Flame Charge, but they can click it sometimes when it's slower. Calc assumes it's like speed reducing AI, but I think it's wrong still. So they lead with Fletchinder, Lumberry, Flame Body, Jolly, 35 speed, faster than everything, except we can just do Aqua Jet with Frederick. Does not take it out, and Aerial Ace, why does this thing do so much damage? Sheesh, Aerial Ace, Flame Charge, and Steel Wing. I have no idea, because our defense is so low, that's why. Okay, so maybe try Tortuga and just do Smackdown. Yeah, that's the play, because it does barely any damage to us, and then we absolutely destroy it with Smackdown. We are slower, so we'll move after it, but that really doesn't matter. So we just lead Yusuf, we do Smackdown, it takes out the Fletchinder. In comes Herdier to intimidate us. Has Headbutt, Bite, Rock Smash, and Ice Fang. Kind of a toss-up between either Bite or Rock Smash. We have all physical moves except for Whirlpool. So, and it's barely doing any damage, so we really could just stay in and start attacking. Turn 1, if we flinch or if we get a defense drop, we'll probably need to switch. But either way, we can do some damage with Smackdown. That's still the highest damage move, even after... Well, after Intimidate... yeah, even after Intimidate, Smackdown is still the highest damage. It's not doing that much. It's probably doing like 20%. But after whatever it does... even if it flinches once, we can still stay in. But if it keeps flinching us, of course we're going to have to switch. We can just switch in to Callum to intimidate this thing. Get to -1 attack on a either Bite or Rock Smash. Rock Smash could lower our defense, so let's assume that happens. So it really just balance out. Unfortunately, it is fast. It's a speed tie. So if it gets Headbutt flinch, yeah, Headbutt is doing hella damage. So... and Callum barely does any damage back, so really... We might just want to go hard into Farfetch'd, into Uthar. Yeah, I think that's the play, because even if it gets a defense drop, we're still slower. Rock Smash, 2 Rock Smashes will take it out, but if we can get it into Aqua Jet range from anybody, so 28%. If we deal... Alright, so if we deal three hits with Yusuf, that's 28 times 3 is 60, plus 24 is 84%. So 84% plus 28 is over 100. So we just need to get three hits with Yusuf, and then it will be rock smashing though, most likely, because oh, bite for some reason is highest damage. Don't know why. So we could just take it out. If we don't, we would switch into a bite, which does no damage to Frederick. It does like 46% on a crit because our defense is so low, but then Aqua Jet takes it out. So pretty easy fight. I'll have you know that Nadia is only half Southlander. Thank you very much. So what we're gonna do is we lead with Nadia, and Nadia will take a little bit of chip damage from Fletchinder, but we'll take it out with Smackdown. Yeah, Smackdown right here. And then Herdier comes out, and we should be able to take care of Herdier with a combination of Yusuf, Callum, let's see, we trade out Steenie here. Let's see if Dwebble is useful here. Dwebble versus Herdier. Dwebble doesn't take a lot of damage and does some decent damage in return with Rock Blast. Barely slower, which is unfortunate, but we'll go ahead and bring Dwebble onto the team to replace Freya, because Freya is faster, isn't she? Yeah, she is faster, so... But we don't really want to switch her in on anything. She could proc Flame Body, though. Okay, so... Callum was really only here for Intimidate, which is nice. Let's look at Metatite and see the matchup. Slower, takes a bunch of damage from either Bite or Headbutt. Yeah, so I think it's replace Metatite with Dwebble, because even though Metatite is a fighting type, Dwebble resists most of the moves it would use. Alright, so we just lead with Yusuf, do Smackdown, take out Fletchinder, and then do some chip damage on Herdier, and then the rest of our team can take out Herdier either through Battle of Attrition or just outspeed and take it out, because Freya's faster. Yusuf is faster with Aqua Jet. Frederick is faster with Aqua Jet. Should be easy enough. She only has 2 Pokemon. Shouldn't be too much of a hassle. I'm guessing they made this little gauntlet here not too difficult because there's like 6 in a row. Not 6 in a row, but 6 that you have to fight before you get to Slateport City. Alright. We are going to save here just in case. And then we are going to fight Tuber Lola. There she is. Alright. Tuber Lola only has 2 Pokemon, Fletchinder and Herdier. We just use Smackdown. Any move here doesn't matter, because Smackdown always kills. There we go. In comes Herdier. Herdier does get the Intimidate on Yusuf. So, although we technically do more damage with Rock Blast or Smackdown, Whirlpool kind of does more damage over time. Because Smackdown at -1 is only 19.5%, and then Whirlpool plus Whirlpool Chip is basically the same, and then plus he'll be taking damage every turn. So I'll click a Whirlpool here, it doesn't really matter. There's Rock Smash. We're definitely switching now. There's Whirlpool. A little bit of damage and takes some chip. Yep, alright. So, what we need to do now is, because we're at -1 defense, it's high likelihood to bite. So 65% versus 34% for Rock Smash. If we get Bite Crit, it's only 34%. If we get Rock Smash Crit, it's 39%. And we are at 28 HP. So we're fine. We're still good. We are safe. So we can just stay in and go for Aqua Jet to do another bit of chip. Just use Aqua Jet. There's Bite. Alright, it crit us. We're back to 24 though. So I think we're still okay. 24. We're at 52%. Crit Bite is 34. Crit Rock Smash is 39. We're still good. So we Aqua Jet again. There's Rock Smash. Yeah, we definitely have to switch now. There's Whirlpool. We switch into Freya, because Freya is faster. And she's safe from a crit, from any crit. There's Bite. And then Flame Wheel just takes him out. Easy peasy. Yusuf softened him up for us, and Freya came in to finish him off. Fairly easy. And now we go back, and we have to heal at the Poke Center again. It is a little bit annoying to get on this boat and go back and forth, but it doesn't take too long. It's like 10 seconds. So we heal our team. And then we technically have a choice of who we want to fight next. Looking at the picture here, we can either fight Tuber Ricky right here because we can talk to him and make him turn around, or we can go talk to Sailor Edmund over here and then do Bill right after. I'm going to look at Tuber Ricky, or first what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to next trainer. So Sailor Edmund is considered the next trainer, so I guess I'll just go do him next. So we have Wingull lead. Who do we want to lead against Wingull with? Let's try Yusuf again. He's been good so far. Alright, oh, of course. This thing has Rain Dance, Shockwave, Air Cutter, and Water Pulse. Good news is that SmackDown still takes this thing out in one hit, no matter what. And there's a 40% chance it clicks Rain Dance, which unfortunately gives 2 of its Pokemon Swift Swim, yeah, double their speed, so nothing is faster than those ever. 13% to use Shockwave. Honestly, we would prefer to see that, so it doesn't set up Rain Dance. And then 46% to use Water Pulse. Water Pulse could confuse us, which would be pretty bad. Let's see how Dwebble matches up. We are weak to water. Yeah, it's not worth it. We are slower. So, lead Yusuf. Hope that we either don't get confused by Water Pulse, or it uses Shockwave for some reason. And then we just take it out with SmackDown. Next would be probably Buizel. Oh lordy. Okay, we have another Sonic Boom user. Okay, so this says that it's always using Sonic Boom, and it's pretty much always faster than anything we have. It does have Pursuit, but that doesn't really do anything to us. Okay, so going back to Wingull, let's assume Water Pulse crit is 41%. So that would take us to 59. 59. Take us to 27 HP. Buizel comes in, is always using Sonic Boom. Unfortunately, we're just out of range of an Oranberry, taking us out of two Sonic Booms. So we can do some decent damage with Smackdown after it uses Sonic Boom, but then we're gonna have to switch to probably Steenie on a guaranteed Sonic Boom. So we survive 1 on 28, and unfortunately we are just out of range of another. So it's faster, and it does have a Rindo Berry, which means that it resists grass or electric. Grass, yeah. Power of the move will be weakened, so unfortunately our Razor Leaf is doing pitiful damage to this thing, and we only get to do 1. So we might just want to switch to Callum or Frederick. Yeah, look at this. Frederick is still slower, but Sonic Boom. Dang, okay. Always using Sonic Boom. Bite does 58.6. So we come in on a Sonic Boom, go to 25. We're safe from another Sonic Boom. It hits another Sonic Boom because it's faster, and then we use Bite after it. And then we heal back to 15 from the Oranberry. So unfortunately it's still faster, so it's still doing Sonic Boom. So we can go into We did 58%. 58 plus 32 is 90. That's not enough. Callum, maybe? No. Let's try Farfetched. Not quite. 58 plus... Yeah, we need some, we need a bit more damage here. And we're just not getting it. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Because we switch in on a Sonic Boom with Steenie. Takes us down to 48, so we're at 28. It's faster, so it uses Sonic Boom again, and then we use Razor Leaf. What we could do is we could go to Piplup on a Sonic Boom, take 2 of them, and then Pluck to get rid of the Rindo Berry, and then switch to Steenie. We could do the same thing with Farfetched, because we're getting Sonic Boom anyway. So either one works, and then Palpitoad comes out. Lumberry, Swift Swim, Sludge, Rain Dance, Mud Shot, Bubble Beam. With Rain Dance active, Bubble Beam is doing a lot more damage, and we need Steenie healthy for this, because Steenie almost always takes it out in one hit with Razor Leaf. Not quite, it's close. Sludge is scary, so we have to keep Steenie... We have to keep Steenie healthy, unfortunately, so we can't really switch her in on a Sonic Boom, because Sludge will always take her out if it's faster. And it's always faster even without the rain, unfortunately. We might be able to force it to do Mud Shot. Yeah, maybe. And again, that's if... what's probably going to happen is that this Wingull is just going to set up Rain Dance, and then everything is faster anyway. So assuming it's faster, it's going to want to do... Yeah, unfortunately, if we put Callum in, it's 72% for Mud Shot versus 27% for Bubble Beam. And if we switch into Steenie on that, then Mud Shot or Bubble Beam in the rain. Yeah, crit 41%. It's risky, and she may not even get the KO. Alright, here's what I think we have to do. We have to, of course, lead Yusuf, and we give him a Oranberry. That probably brings in either Buizel with Sonic Boom or Palpitoad with Sludge. Or here. Yeah, so Sonic Boom... No, it's Water Pulse with Rain up. So it's always Water Pulse. So it's either Buizel with Water Pulse or Palpitoad with Bubble Beam. So both water moves if Rain is up, unfortunately. We need to bring our water types here, so we're just going to go ahead and get Freya off the team. She does not need to be here for this. She has no business being here. So we're going to switch her for Torben. And we're going to switch Dwebble for Piplup. We need Steenie on the team. But where is the question? Probably for Callum. Callum's not really doing much here because they're all using special attacks and static damage moves anyway. So it really doesn't matter if Callum's there. Intimidate won't help us. So we give Torben a Oranberry. Okay. So the plan is we lead with Yusuf. Wingull is probably gonna... It's either going to Rain Dance or Water Pulse. Small chance to Shockwave. We'd really like to see that. There's no rain yet, so... Most likely is Water Pulse, but it could also Rain Dance or Shockwave. Smackdown always takes it out. Then in comes most likely Buizel. We can get some chip damage on Buizel with Smackdown. Because even though we are slower, we can get 2 hits on it because it's always using Sonic Boom. So Sonic Boom turn 1 takes us to 26. And then, well, let's check. If Wingull does do Water Pulse turn 1, that would be 28%, which would take us to 78%. %78 is 36. Takes us to 36. So, if it crits, 41% takes us to 59, which should be 26. Takes us to 27, unfortunately, if it crits, but if not, then we're in the clear to just attack twice and do 2 ticks of Smackdown to Buizel, even though it's faster. Turn 1, Sonic Boom takes us to... If it doesn't crit, it would take us to like 16, and then we'd heal out of another Sonic Boom range. So, from here, it's always Sonic Boom. We do about 80%, 40 and 40. We do 80%. And then we have to switch. And then we can just switch into... Frederick. Aquajet doesn't quite do 20%, unfortunately. Does Aquajet from... If Rain is active, it would. If Rain is active, either Yusuf or Frederick could do it. So if Rain is active, we can just Aquajet to take it out. Either way, Palpitoad comes in, and Steenie is still completely healthy, so we can just kind of play around until we can get Steenie in a position that Razor Leaf always kills. So really just like 1 hit is all we need on Palpitoad. So I think we're pretty good here. Alright. Alright, see you later. You take care as well. Not sure when that message was sent. I was once again lost in the sauce with the planning. But we're going to go ahead and go back to the beach on Slateport. And we're going to go talk to Sailor Edmund, this man right here. We are going to save. And this should be just a single battle. So if this is a double battle, I'm resetting. Alright, it seems to be a single battle. Alright, Sailor Edmund. In comes Wingull. Preferably, we don't want to see Rain Dance, but if it does, it's fine. Oh, it did Shockwave. What do you know? Alright. We're at 34 HP. That is almost perfect. Because now there is no Rain Dance up, so that means their water moves are not boosted. It should always be Sonic Boom here. I don't know why it wouldn't be. We are at 34 HP against Buizel. So it wants to do Water Pulse. Okay, so we're at 74%. Crit Water Pulse can kill us. Okay, so this isn't good for us then, because we'd be switching in on a Water Pulse. I was really hoping that... oh, that's in the rain. There's no rain, so it's always doing Sonic Boom. We're completely safe to just do another Smackdown, I believe. Just to make sure. Smackdown is 39%. Sonic Boom is 100%. We're at 34 HP. We're good to do Smackdown. There's Sonic Boom. Down to 14. Oranberry takes us to 24. This is going great. Alright, and we just do another Smackdown because he's doing another... Well, let's check. Let's double check that 24 does not get us in range. No, Water Pulse is never rolled. So we smack down again. There's another Sonic Boom. So here's the thing. I may have messed up just now because... Well, no, here's the thing. Aquajet always takes it out because he's at like 4 HP. Let's do 5. Even if he's at 6 HP, that's 13%. Even if he's at 7 HP, Aquajet always takes him out, no matter what. So we can just Aquajet here, and always take out Buizel. Buizel also has Aquajet, so he is probably going to Aquajet here, because we are at 4 HP, and it is definitely faster than us. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, is that good or bad? Okay, so it sees Pursuit as 100%, right? So it should theoretically always do Pursuit, but let's do lower health. Let's do matching health. It says Pursuit as 100%, which means if I switch out, I die. So I have to do Aquajet here and hope he doesn't click Aquajet. Let's put him at 1 HP and see if that changes anything. No, it just says Pursuit. I don't know why it's not seeing Aquajet. It's probably a random roll. I have no choice other than to Aquajet here. If he Aquajets, we lose Yusuf. So cross your fingers and pray. Yusuf, I hope you live. Yes! Okay. It did not use Aquajet, and we got a critical hit. Did not matter. We took out Buizel. Okay. We are on Palpitoad. So, at 4 HP, Palpitoad probably just sees a random move. Yeah, it's completely random between Bubble Beam, Mudshot, or Sludge, which is a little bit unfortunate. Who do we have on our team? Okay. We all have Oranberries. So we don't want to switch Steenie in here. 28 HP. if we switch to Piplup, we're really not taking much damage. 44% from Mudshot. Can't have our speed reduced, although it doesn't matter. Bubble Beam against it is pretty decent. It should never use Rain Dance, so we're free to just kind of do some Bubble Beams until we need to switch. Yeah, so we're just going to switch to Piplup and do some Bubble Beams and see. There's Mudshot, but our speed cannot be reduced. No crit, so we just Bubble Beam. It's right, it's faster. Perfect. Activate our Oranberry. There's Bubble Beam. We're already slower, so it lowering our speed wouldn't really matter. We're completely safe here. It's just always using Mudshot. 22 HP, I think we're safe, but we're just going to check and make sure. On Piplup. Mudshot can do 44%. Crit Mudshot can take us out. Theoretically. It's like the highest of high rolls. It's so unlikely. But because I don't want to risk any crit anywhere, and because I don't have to, because Steenie's at full health, Mudshot never takes us out. But crit Mudshot plus crit Sludge also never takes us out. It is 97.9%, and Razor Leaf always takes it out. So I'm going to safety switch to Steenie on a Mudshot. There's Rain Dance. It really does not matter because we're already slower. We just Razor Leaf here. There's Sludge. Never takes us out. And then even if it had crit and poisoned us, like crit, Mudshot, crit, Sludge, and poisoned. Poison doesn't activate at the end of the turn because we end the battle. So we're always safe there. We're going into our bag to give, or to use a Pecha Berry on Steenie so that she does not die to poison damage. And then we go back to Dewford to heal up our team and prepare for the next fight, which should be Fisherman Bill. So we're going to look up Bill. And then we'll look at his team in a minute. First, we have to heal our team. And then we're going to save. And then we have to take a look. Why does this fisherman have all bugs? Makes no sense. Okay, so we have a Choice Band Caterpie, level 15. Hey Freya, let's see how you do here. Are you faster and do you one-shot it? Yes. Excellent. Alright, it has a Choice Band and Bug Bite. Like, this can do nothing to us. And then it's probably just Team Order, like Weedle, Wormpole. There might be some variance here, but we just outspeed and we one-shot every single one of his Pokemon. Well, not Scatterbug, apparently, but it really doesn't matter. And then it's 2 shots, and then, yeah, the only one we don't one-shot is Scatterbug, because its defense apparently is really good, but it really doesn't matter. We do not have to plan for this, which is a welcome reprieve from what we had previously dealt with. We have to get Freya out of the box. And Freya should be able to solo this whole team. Just completely wipes them out. And we should have no issues whatsoever. I just find it strange that Fisherman Bill has a team full of bugs. But I'm not complaining. It seems easy enough. Just give us basically a freebie. So this battle should go fairly easy. Just lead with Freya. Yeah, we should be all good. Always have good bait. Oh, okay, that's why. So he baits his hook with the bug Pokemon, which is kind of terrible when you think about it. Alright, so we just click Flame Wheel. We don't even have to think about it. Flame Wheel one-shots all of his Pokemon except for one. And that's a two-shot, so... I guess it will be eating our berry because we equipped a berry. So it will be -1 Oran berry. But we have over like 120 left, so I don't think we're in any danger of running out. These are not the fights I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the fights later on in Slateport City, because there's a fight in the museum in Slateport where we have to fight 2 people in a row with no rest in between, which is going to be very difficult because we can only bring 6 Pokemon to both. Oh no, it ate our berry. Whatever will we do? We're going to use another Flame Wheel and knock it out. Yeah, so we just click Flame Wheel, what, 6 times? Yeah, he had 5 Pokemon. Just took 2 to take out Scatterbug. Alright. That one was easy. No stress there. Now we have to go back to the Poke Center, heal and prepare for Tuber Timmy. Ricky. Tuber Ricky right here is the next one. So it's just him and Tuber Haley left, and then we're free to go up into Slateport City. Finally. So hopefully these 2 fights will not be too difficult. Tuber Ricky has 3 Pokemon. I already don't like the looks of it, but we'll look at it more closely in a second. Heal our Pokemon. And then plan for Tuber Ricky. Alright, Tuber Ricky leads with Apom. Has a Silk Scarf. The runaway ability doesn't matter. It's faster than all of our Pokemon. Double hit, Fake Out, Aerial Ace, Sand Attack. Okay, so I already know the shtick of this Pokemon is start with Fake Out, right? Pretty much always. And do a ton of damage to whoever is in at the time. Nobody is faster than this. So I could start with Callum. Let's try that. Intimidate, Fake Out. Okay. Double hit is still doing crazy damage. I guess double hit is only 2 hits, which I suppose is nice, but crit does so much and Callum barely does anything back. So after Fake Out, even after Intimidate, we really don't want to take that, so... Callum probably not the lead here. Let's try Yusuf and see. Yeah, Yusuf barely takes any damage from Fake Out, and does a lot back with Smackdown. Let's try Dwebble and see if they do any better. They do a bit more damage with Rock Blast. Yeah, doing 32% against this Apom. Let's see. Okay, so 37% minimum from Smackdown versus 48%. 32% minimum from 2 hits, Rock Blast. So, honestly, kind of either or. Fake Out does not do much. Double Hit doesn't do much. Sand Attack to lower accuracy. We can kind of just rotate between Yusuf and Dwebble. So let's go ahead and get them on the team. To take out this Apom. So, Hermina. We might need Torben here in a second, but we'll just wait for a moment. Alright, so we can basically just rotate between Yusuf and Hermina to take care of the Apom. Doesn't really matter who gets the kill. It kind of does, because then it can bait either Luxio or Nidoran. Nidorino, I should say. With Venom Shock, Poison Tail, Double Kick, Sand Attack. So 2 poison moves and a fighting move. It might be Luxio first. I think it might be Luxio. Luxio is faster than Dwebble and Tortuga. If Tortuga takes out Apom, then it's absolutely Luxio coming in for Spark, because Luxio's faster. We are kind of safe to stay in, depending on what health we're at. Could switch in Callum, get an Intimidate on this Luxio. Not really worth it, because again, Callum barely does any damage, so... The only issue is that, again, with electric types, we're really hurting for a counter. So let's go ahead and put Steenie on the team. We've got Nidorino last, so... We probably don't want Pablo or Uthar. So we're gonna put Steenie in for Pablo. Let's just see if Lumberry, Black Sludge. Okay. We'll keep Piplup. Well, we can keep Piplup on the team because Uthar doesn't really match up well into either Nidoran or Luxio. And then we can add either Metatite or Carvana to the team. Probably not Carvana because, again, Luxio. Let's just see how much Metatite is taking. Yeah, I mean, slower, but Metatite does do good damage with Confusion. Don't really know if it's worth it. Let's see how much Aqua Jet from Bite and Aqua Jet deal more damage overall. But we take so much damage in return that it's not worth it. So we switch out Frederick here for Nadia. And this is probably going to be our team for that trainer. Freya can just kind of come in, maybe not at any time, but she's pretty fast, so she might be able to outspeed something. We'll go ahead and check that. We'll put Freya in 35. She is faster than everything except Apom, so that's good to know. Poison could be an issue, so who are we using against Nidoran? Not Steenie. So we're using Nadia, probably Pablo and Freya. So we will just give all of them Pecha Berries instead, in case they get poisoned. We're not making contact move with Nadia, but it does have Poison Tail and Poison Point, which I'm pretty sure activates when it gets hit or when it hits you. But I'm double checking. Contact with the Pokemon may poison the attacker. I think this is fine. We lead Yusuf against Apom, and we can just swivel between Yusuf and Nadia to take out Apom, and then probably Luxio comes in next, and then we... How do we deal with Luxio? Steenie. We haven't really checked the matchup, but Steenie versus Luxio takes some damage. Doesn't really do a lot in return, but at least Spark isn't doing that much. Double Kick is kind of annoying against Steenie. Let's see how much Spark does against Freya. That's a lot, so we may need Callum to reduce its attack somewhere. Freya's faster, so we'll put Callum in for Pablo, just so in case we need to intimidate. We'll probably just do that anyway. We will switch Callum into the Luxio to intimidate it, so it does less damage, and then that way Steenie is a better matchup, or at least everyone is, and it gives us one less water type to be weak to its electric type move with Spark. So that's what we did. All right, so we have Tuber Ricky. Should be right here. Once again, we lead with Yusuf. Really doesn't matter who we lead with. Yeah. We kind of want to lead with Yusuf to bait Luxio out first, so we can get that Nidorino last. Yeah. We want Nidorino to come out last. So we switch Hermina up here. Going to save. It's just... Alright, here's Tuber Vicky. Just make sure. Start with Yusuf. Here we go. Alright. So. Tuber Ricky sends out Apom. And I believe that Smackdown is always highest damage. Yep, 37.2%. Fake Out goes before Aqua Jet and will flinch us, so we just Smackdown. There's Fake Out. Don't really care about it. We just Smackdown again. There's Sand Attack. We hope we don't miss too much. We did not miss there. I'm just going to Aqua Jet before it Sand Attacks again. So I have less chance of missing. We missed anyway. Double hit. Does nothing to us. So we'll just do Aqua Jet again. Hope we hit. We do. Another Aqua Jet should take it out. Assuming we don't miss. So we just click Aqua Jet. This should take it out. We did. Hopefully Luxio comes in next. No, it's Nidorino. Okay, I'm not sure why it's Nidorino. That's kind of annoying. Because now it sees either Double Kick or Sand Attack as highest damage. We are at 67%, so crit will not take us out. We can Smackdown, we can Whirlpool. Smackdown is highest damage, so we may as well just go with that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with going with Smackdown. So we'll do that. Probably Double Kick or Sand Attack. So we're at -2. Hopefully we don't miss. We did not. The issue is that there's Black Sludge. We're at -2 accuracy. So there's really not a great chance for us to hit. So if we switch into Dwebble, Dwebble is taking some damage. It's probably... Oh, did I bring Piplup? I hope I brought Piplup. I did not. That was an error on my part. Because now it's going to either Double Kick or Sand Attack again. It's just like 60-40 which one it does. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to switch to Metatite. Hopefully on a Double Kick. That way we can do some damage with Confusion. If we get Sand Attacked, we can just switch again. So I'm going to switch into Nadia to get rid of the accuracy drops. Hope for Double Kick. Sand Attack, of course. Alright, so we can stay in once. We can stay in one turn and go for Confusion. And hope we hit. So I'm going to do that. We are slower, I think. If we are, yeah, we're slower. So we might get Sand Attacked again, or it might just use a Poison move. Stay in for one turn. Sand Attack, -2 accuracy. Hope we hit. We do not. And it just keeps getting health back. So we're at -2 HP again. It wants to use a Poison move. So we are going into Callum to intimidate it and resist the poison move. If it sand attacks again, that's fine. Okay, how many sand attacks has it used? It's used like 7. It has max 15, so we could theoretically stall it out of sand attack. Unfortunately, we didn't bring anything with Keen Eye. We just bite. Venoshock will do nothing here. Bite is kind of negligible damage, but we're chipping it away at least. We do need to keep Callum healthy for Intimidate on Luxio, so we kind of have to switch already. Let's switch into Hermina. There's Sand Attack again. That's 8, I think. We just go for Rock Blast here. Feint Attack never misses, so that might have been better. Alright, 2 hits. 3 hits. That's not bad. Ah, crap. I didn't mean to click Rock Blast again. Hopefully we hit. We do. 1. 3 hits should take it out. Of course we only hit twice. We Feint Attack here, so we never miss. Don't know if this will take it out. It should. Excellent. In comes Luxio. That's fine. We don't really care about poison on Hermina. In comes Luxio. We are at 21. We're going to switch anyway, but we got the Intimidate on Hermina. So it's... Oh, this is kind of bad. Because a 64% chance to Spark, 40% chance to use Howl. So if we send in Callum and it uses Howl, it's at neutral attack, which is fine, I think. Yeah, we need to switch in Callum to preempt the potential Howl. Hopefully it doesn't. It did. That's not good. So it's back at neutral attack. I don't know if it will do it again. Switch Callum. 29 HP. Once again, it's 60-40. Crit can take us out. Any crit will. So we may just have to attack it here straight away and hope. Because either hope it uses Spark and not Howl, because only Freya's faster. Let's see how much Freya can do to this. Freya does 42% with Flame Wheel and is faster. So 42%. Who else do we have? We have Aqua Jet on Yusuf. That's about it. Alright, so 42%. Aqua Jet from Yusuf is 28%. So that's already like 70%. Yeah, 42 plus 28 is 70%. And then we do 26% with Poison Fang, unfortunately. I think we have to stay in and click Poison Fang and hope we don't get crit. Because if we switch to Blueberry on a Howl, then it's at +1 attack, and we're in big trouble. And Blueberry is slower. Steenie is slower than this at 26. And if it's at +1 against Steenie, Double Kick does just 50%. Can just do 50%. And Razor Leaf isn't doing anything in return. So we have to stay in here. Do not crit us. We could Glare. Glare is an option here. It would make it slower than all of our Pokemon. I have to do Poison Fang. Wait, why are we faster? We got the poison, but why are we faster? Oh, it was a speed tie. Okay. It is now at +1, and unfortunately its Lumberry cured its poison. So it's at +1 against Callum. Callum is at 29 HP. So it's 72% to click Spark, which high roll plus crit, any roll of crit can take out Callum. Okay. So here's another thing we have to do. It's at +1 attack. If we go into Tortuga, Solid Rock can save us. But then, what are we at? I have to check. Alright, Yusuf is at 31 HP. Alright. So, if we come in on a Spark at +1, crit can just kill us. So it's really just a toss-up. What about Dwebble? Does Dwebble do anything for us? Dwebble is slower. Can get paralyzed by Spark. Rock Blast is highest damage, 31%. If it howls again, then it's faster and just does way too much damage. So we're in a really bad spot here. We have dealt some damage to it. Not enough, unfortunately, because the only one that's faster is Freya. And Freya can do a max of 42% with Flame Wheel, and we're not there yet. We have not done 60 or 58% to it. And then Aqua Jet is another option, but we only brought one who can Aqua Jet. So we have to stay in with Callum and do another Poison Fang. It's our... Okay, so we could do a Leer If we get it to -1 defense, does that help us? -1 defense. 62% for Flame Wheel. Have we done 38% to it? No. That is not 38. I don't think. It doesn't look like 38. So Leer does not matter. We have to Poison Fang here and hope we don't get high rolled or crit. We won the speed tie. Alright. No! Callum! Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, +1 Spark just took us out. Okay, so Luxio is at 50% at least. Has taken at least 50% damage. It is not -1 defense, but we are faster. Unfortunately, Crit Spark can still take out Freya. So, unfortunately, we have to go to Freya. We have to... we could either Flame Wheel... We could Stomp for a chance to flinch. Or Flame Wheel for a chance to kill. So there is a... probably a 7 in 16 chance, so not quite a 50% chance to kill here. And it can kill with Crit Spark, and it can paralyze with Spark. We have to hope for no crit, no para. We do Flame Wheel. Okay, we took it out. That was our only play. Unfortunately, we had to sacrifice Callum to that Luxio. It was just... we didn't have anything in the box that could take on that Luxio. Unfortunately, we lost Callum. Our only Intimidate Pokemon, which is not good for us. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Callum. One of the more useful early game encounters with Intimidate. I don't know if there's anything we could have done to save him there, because switching into any move, even Spark, switching into Spark had its risks. Steenie just didn't match up as well into it as I thought. It took too much damage, was too slow, didn't do enough. We didn't even use Steenie. But all of these people, they would have got one shot by Spark easy. So we couldn't have brought anyone else. Goodbye, Callum. I barely knew ye. On the bright side, there is only one fight left that we have to deal with. I don't know why this isn't pulled up. We have to look at Route 109. And the last person we have to fight is Tuber Haley. So we have to look up Tuber Haley. Go to next trainer. Tuber Haley. Starts with a Mienfu, Black Belt, Inner Focus. Helping Hand is pointless here. Just want to make sure that there's no double battle, so Helping Hand does not matter. Rock Tomb, Reversal, and Force Palm. Okay. So. We could lead with Metatite. Metatite is slower, but takes it out with 2 confusions. And barely does any damage in return. We could get paralyzed, so we're gonna put a Cherry Berry on Metatite. So Cherry Berry on Metatite, 2 confusions, take it out. Next in is probably Flaffy because, pardon me, it sees Nidorino as 2-shot by confusion, or slow 2-hit. There is Toxic on Nidorino, which is annoying, as well as Shockwave, Water Pulse, and Venoshock. But it, if it is Nidorina, we can just Confusion to do some damage, and then switch to something else. Also has Poison Point, so probably Piplup or something to do Bubble Beam damage. Yeah, 32% plus 40% is 3 hits. And could also do Torben. Let's see how Torben does nothing. He does barely any damage, so he's not coming. This is all contact damage, so we don't really want to do that. Water Pulse is nice, but Venoshock does too much. Shockwave does too much. Dwebble, perhaps. Let's do 2-hit Rock Blast. Yeah, not really doing any damage. Water Pulse does too much. So really, it's just Piplup and Metatite. Potentially also Yusuf. Yusuf could do some damage with Smackdown. And then with Flaffy, we have Magnet and Static, Shockwave, Fire Punch, Thunderwave, Confuse Ray. Freya can do some damage with Flame Wheel. We put a Cherry Berry on Freya to prevent paralysis. And then, unfortunately, another electric type. Can't really bring any of our flying or water teammates, so that really leaves us with this party right here. Let's see, do any of you... Piplup I wanted for Nidorino in exchange for Carvana. So we just take Piplup and replace Frederick. And I think that's as good a team as we're going to get, because none of the others are really particularly useful. We need to heal. And this is why we triple check everything. Need to heal, need to give certain berries. Poison Point is annoying, so what we have to do is we are leading with, against Mienfu, Metatite. We give Metatite a Cherry Berry just in case Force Palm paralyzes. So we give Nadia a Cherry Berry. Yes. Alright. And then the only problem is that, are we worried more about paralysis or poison? Because probably paralysis, because I feel like even though Nidorino is faster than us, it does see decent damage with Venoshock and Toxic, so yeah. Shockwave versus... We probably want to give Nadia a Pecha Berry instead. and just hope we don't get paralyzed. Like, it's really a toss-up between who comes out next and if we get paralyzed by Force Palm. But we don't want to be poisoned by Toxic, because Toxic is very bad for us. It really only has that to poison us with, though, so it's only 40% to go for it, and we're probably switching out of Meta-type pretty quickly anyway against this Nidorino, because we just don't do enough damage to it. And we're not using Meta-type against the Flaffy anyway. So I think Paralysis Cherry Berry is better, just so we don't get paralyzed and then miss out on an attack. I'm not really worried about Meta-type getting poisoned. Okay. And then with Nidoran, we need to give Pablo a Pecha Berry in case he gets toxicked, because we're probably going to use Pablo on the Nidorina. Yeah, but definitely not using Pablo on Flaffy, so he doesn't need a Thunder or a Cherry Berry. Oranberry on Blueberry should be fine. She could be an emergency counter to Flaffy. Yusuf is not coming to Flaffy. So give Yusuf a Pecha Berry, just in case. And then we give Freya a Cherry Berry. Yes. And then we give Hermina... Okay. We have two for Nidorina. We have 2 for Mienfoo. And 2 for Flaffy. So Cherry Berry on Freya and Nadia. We give Hermina... a Pecha Berry in case we need an emergency Nidorina switch. Alright, so we lead with Nadia. And we have to go back to the beach. And this is the last trainer before Slateport City. Which is very good for us. Hopefully we planned all right. So we just have to go up here. You don't see her, but she's under this umbrella right here, right on the edge. You can see the edge of her inner tube. So we are going to save, just in case. And then we're going to make sure we are leading with Nadia. Alright, let's do this. Tuber... I forget her name. Tuber Haley sends out Mienfoo. So we just go with Confusion. There's Force Palm. No paralysis, which is good. And we confuse it, which is very nice. It has a chance to hit itself. Hopefully it will. It did not. Reversal is gonna hurt. Yeah, that hurt. But we were in no danger there. Alright. So now we're in kind of a tough spot. Flaffy comes in. We are faster than Flaffy. However, we are at 18 HP. So Flaffy has a higher chance to use Shockwave, but can just take us out with high roll or crit with Shockwave. Shockwave or Thunderwave. We can probably switch into Freya here, because Freya does take a bit from Shockwave, but does a lot back with Flame Wheel. But then we can get paralyzed by Static. We could go to Steenie here. Fire Punch would be guaranteed. Yeah, I think we go to Steenie here on either a Shockwave or a Thunderwave, because she's never coming into Need Arena. So if it's... What did we give her? Oranberry? Cherryberry? Oran. Okay, so we switch into Blueberry here. Hopefully on a Shockwave. There we go, there's Shockwave. Not gonna do much to us. Critical hit, of course. Alright, so we are faster than it. Yes, so it wants to do Fire Punch 100% of the time. So we switch in to Freya to take the Fire Punch. So it should be Fire Punch. Don't know why it went Thunderwave, because we were faster, I suppose. That's bad for us. I could have just done Razor Leaf. But it didn't say that it had any chance to do it. Oh, that's why, because I wasn't at full health. I was at like 35 HP. Yeah. It was 85% to do Thunderwave there. That's a mistake on my part. But wouldn't want to stay in on a Fire Punch anyway, so we just Flame Wheel here. Do some decent damage. There's Shockwave. Oof. Okay, we're at 27 HP on Freya. Freya in 27. Shockwave 60% can kill us with crit, but let's see, because we are at 27 HP, really, it's really unlikely to click Shockwave. It's 15% chance, even at 27 HP. So it'll probably Thunderwave, so we Flame Wheel again. And hope that it does not click Shockwave and does not crit us. Yeah, there's Thunderwave. So we are now slower. It's always clicking Shockwave now. Let's see, how much does Aqua Jet do to this thing? Aqua Jet does 25%. It is at yellow HP. So it'd be close. It's at either 10 or 12. I can't tell. If it's at 12 HP, then Aqua Jet does not kill. It looks like less than that. It looks like less. So it's probably 11 HP. 23%. Aqua Jet. Yeah, we always take it out with Aqua Jet. It's always doing Shockwave here. So we go into Steenie again. We go back into Steenie. Steenie will take some damage from Shockwave. Not enough to get us into Oranberry range. So now we're at 26. I believe. Yes, we're at 26 HP. It's 89% chance to go for Fire Punch. So I think now is when we switch to Yusuf, who's at full HP. Because Fire Punch does barely any damage and Aqua Jet always kills. So we go to Yusuf. It never Shockwaves here. It should never Thunderwave here. So we go to Yusuf. There's Fire Punch. It's going to do like 2 damage. 1. Even better. We Aqua Jet. Should always take it out. We do. Don't get static. Excellent. Alright, here comes Nidorina. So, we are only down 1 HP against Nidorina. So, Nidorina most of the time wants to do Shockwave, but crit Shockwave never kills. I don't know. I think we put Pechaberry on Yusuf. Just checking. Yes, we have a Pechaberry. So because Shockwave crit never kills us, 52%, we are slower. It does have Poison Point. I think Aqua Jet is the play here. So we're just going to Aqua Jet and do some damage. 20%. There's Shockwave. Let's see how much this does. 32. Alright. We're at 70%. Once again, Shockwave crit never kills. We Aqua Jet again. We're just chipping away until we get too low. There's another Shockwave. We're at 17. So now we probably have to switch, I would guess. 17 HP is 37%. So Shockwave crit always kills. So we've done 50% damage. Unfortunately, Freya is paralyzed. Who else did we give Pechaberries? Gave a Pechaberry to Hermina. How much damage does Hermina take from Shockwave? Let's see. I mean, crit only does 50. We are slower by 1 point. Rock Blast does decent damage, even with 2 hits. It does 28%. Not great, but not terrible. So, did we give Hermina a Pechaberry? Yes. Okay. So, would Hermina take less from poison moves? Yes. Because this thing has Water Pulse. I'm just now noticing. So because Hermina is slower, it will outspeed with Water Pulse on the next turn. And High Roll Shockwave plus High Roll Water Pulse will just take us out. So what we need to do is we have to switch to Steenie again to bait a poison move. Or Toxic, and then we can switch to Hermina, and then Water Pulse will be bad for us, but yeah. Crit Water Pulse can just kill us, unfortunately. Yeah. We might have to risk another... Freya's paralyzed. It's guaranteed shockwave. How much does Piplup take from the poison moves? Too much. If we can get Water Pulse, though, if we can get him in on a Water Pulse plus shockwave, we can do some decent damage with Bubble Beam. Okay, so we switch to Hermina. Hermina takes some damage from shockwave. It should always be shockwave, right? Against, it's 60% to be shockwave, 40% to be toxic. So, not quite 50-50. Hermina has a Pecha Berry, so either way, we're okay. So we shift in Hermina. So either one it uses, we're fine. There's Shockwave. Now it's always Water Pulse. 30 HP. It should always be Water Pulse on Hermina. Yeah, it's 62% to be Water Pulse, 37% to be Toxic. That's not really great for me because, yeah, we're kind of in a similar position where we're hoping that it uses Water Pulse because it's faster. So, like, Water Pulse High Roll just takes out Hermina. So we have to switch to Piplup here and hope that it's not toxic. So please do not be toxic. It's toxic. Okay. So it's faster than us. Venoshock now does more damage. It is now 130 base power. Still, so Venoshock is 60 versus 40 for Toxic. It's never using Toxic, always using Venoshock. This is bad for us. I guess I gave Pablo a Pecha Berry, and I'm glad I did. Because we Bubble Beam here. Alright, so we Bubble Beam. Alright. We're hurt by poison. So at 47 HP and poisoned should always be Venoshock, which deals how much? 98% on high roll crit, which can kill us. So it's always using Venoshock. What is... Yusuf is at 17. So it's always using Venoshock. Yusuf is at 17 HP. Venoshock can deal... Yeah. On a crit, Venoshock kills, but Aqua Jet always kills. So do we want to risk Piplup or do we want to risk Yusuf? Because we are at 47 HP. So, there is only a 47 or higher. There's only a 4 in 16 chance. So there's a 1 in 4 chance, so 25% chance. So the odds are best if we just Bubble Beam here and hope that they don't get a high roll crit Venoshock on Piplup. That's the best chance we have. Alright, Piplup, lock in. Do not high roll crit. They did not. We survive. We're through without another loss. Thankfully. But that was way too close. And this is why we gave Pablo a Pecha Berry. Just in case. I don't think the poison damage would have killed us, but there was always a chance. Alright. So, we finally made it to Slateport City. And you can see we've made it. So it's time to pull up a new picture. Slateport City. There should be no trainers between us and the Poke Center. As you can see, we can just go straight up from the beach to the Poke Center. We don't have to go back anymore. All these Team Aqua Grunts outside the museum don't bother us yet, but we will be getting to them at some point. So we just run straight up, nothing should stop us. Alright, so we're going to heal our Pokemon. And once we have healed our Pokemon, we are going to check if the level cap has changed. It shouldn't have, but we're going to test it. Yeah, no effect. So level cap is still 17. We've made it to Slateport City with only one more death. Unfortunately, it was Callum. So now we are going to save. And we've made it fairly far in this stream. But this is where we're going to end for today. So, if you liked the video, leave a like, subscribe, leave your thoughts in the comments below, and I will see all of you tomorrow.